exactly what Mzalendo is doing right now. So what I was saying is that there is already system in place to get this information that we want to do. You know, when now you have to be very careful when you're going online and reading everything that is being written out there, because there's a lot of hearsay and there's a lot of rumors and there's a lot of pros and cons. So it's up to you to sieve. The way when you cook tea, you sieve the tea leaves from the real tea. So when some people have chosen to go with status quo, and you cannot blame them. That is how they were brought up. Even if you kill their parents today, they will say they still love the person killing them. So when you have a different opinion or a different point of choice on how to grow this place, because right now we need a lot of wisdom in doing the right. These things that have been happening is not like Ruto didn't know. No, he's been a beneficiary of it. This finance bill has been the tool where Kenyans have been wamenyang'anywa pesa mingi sana through that finance bill. And I even said here, when Kibaki was there, we remember Kimunya must go. It was the finance bill that putting their money there. When Uhuru Kenyatta was there, it was the same thing when he said there was a computer error. We know about the finance bill. The finance bill is the tool for a government to steal, plus other additives that they do there. I was even commenting the other time when I was here about the ministers that Ruto decided to work with. He's a very good guy. He had a very good vision. But I was really startled that he was trying to get billionaires to come and run his ministries. These people have already stolen a lot. You still want to add them more money. And you know very well, from day one, when you become a minister to your last day, it is seminars that are very... I was a civil servant myself, so I know. It is seminars that do not help you. Do you know, after the fertilizer scandal, Lintika Minturi took a plane to go to Botswana for a seminar of 1 week on good fertilizer. Can you imagine the joke that is going on in Africa? He is going to give a talk on fertilizers, and he has given Kenyans a fake fertilizer. You look at the comedy going on there, and you just wonder, what is wrong with these people? Unfortunately, I said, and me, I don't like going back to what I said. I said Kenya has been ruled by the illiterate vote for so long. It is about time the literate vote comes out of their comfort zone, takes that voter's card because they have made it illegal for any normal Kenyan to vote. Idlers back in the village have all the time to go and register for a voter's card. Let this middle class, because they have been affected most by this finance bill, know that voting is very important for them. So that when people like Ekuru Okot, who is a master class in academician, stands to try and save you, you reason out with the person who can reason out with you. But otherwise, we'll still have these gangsters going together, getting groups, and making people go at them. You ask yourself, these goons that were paid to go and destroy buildings, are these people normal? Are they people even who went to school? They were told they will be given 500. We saw them online now fighting each other that they have not finished paying them the much that they were agreed. Can you leave your house to go and destroy the supermarket that sells you food so that the status quo looks good? Because it will be used as a tool to demystify what the other self-declaring Kenyans who want the best for themselves to look bad, so that the bad can continue stepping on us the way some people really like. So we really need to have our conversations with ourselves. Tomorrow is Sunday. I urge some of these people to be going to church. Maybe they can get some help, because help doesn't seem to come from common sense. With those short remarks, thank you. I hope I've not repeated what people have been saying. I'll listen in so that I also follow and also learn from, like I've learned a lot from what Ashley was saying. Me, I'm a person who likes being corrected and learning something new every day when I join the talk. I don't want to come to this talk just to look like I'm trying to push an agenda of anybody or anyone. I'm pushing the agenda of every Kenyan mother, father, child, and everybody else who wants the best out of himself and his kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Important as a country.
Let me welcome
tusiongee tu maneno
Okay, I hope the video will play later. Black, maybe you can say a word and tell us something about the video before maybe we play it.
Hello, fellow panelists, Darius, Zalendo, Madam Ashley, and yourself, Leo. I'm Jambo, and the viewers at large, Kina Osam, Kina Mason Sanders, Udia, na wote. I hope mko salama. Captain, by the way, sorry, nimesahau kutaja. You were just here a while ago. I was watching the show, but as well, I thought that I could share some videos ambayo nimetumia bwana Leo, so that we can expound even further in our discussion. What the first video that you are about to play, I think it's not the first, that will be the second. Depends on which, I don't know which order you want to play them. But in order, in regards to Murkomen's latest remarks, he was talking about that government officials should be put to public audit. That you get to anaisukuma and so that it can be done very fast. That MPs should try and make sure that they pass the law very fast and the bill very fast. But I think we already have one in Section 55 of the Anti-Corruption Act, isn't it? Maybe you can check and confirm that one, Alio, before you play the video, and fellow panelists. So I don't know if he was trying to play politics or was thinking that Kenya ni wajinga, tuna habari, or I don't know what it is. Perhaps to be more informed, maybe one of us or all of us could try and check Section 55 of Anti-Corruption Act, and then we read it, and then listen to what Murkomen was trying to say. Thank you. Play.
Forces,
I think this one is about, yeah, let me just let you play the
inability to walk after sustaining gunshot wounds during 20 dead and scores injured. The victims complained of police harassment. Catherine Imuraget, this report.
At Ongata Rongai Sub-County Hospital in Kajiado County, the victims of police brutality are still recuperating from the injuries inflicted during the anti-government protests. But even on their sick beds, they
Hello.
I think we have Black. Just continue. We have lost Leo.
Okay. In regards to that video, it's talking about how some currently how some of those test victims at their hospital beds, police are still following them and harassing them to sign documents or charge sheets to crimes that they have not committed, like that one was whose leg was hurt there. He was forced to sign a charge sheet admitting that he participated in robbery while in the demonstrations, rather in the while protesting. And he was told that if he does not sign that charge sheet, he'd be taken off the hospital bed just as he was, without having gotten full treatment, and thrown to jail. So having no option and out of fear, the young man signed the charge sheet, and that's how it was. So his wife was right there, being interviewed right after the victim spoke. and she was speaking in a lot of pain because she says that her husband, a young husband, because they look like a young family, is the sole breadwinner, and he works as a salesman. So she was very sad, and she wants to have some assistance of some sort from the government in regards to this issue, because that's what it seems like the police are going around forcing these people who are still lying in hospital receiving treatment to sign charge sheets for crimes they never committed. So I don't know if Leo is still, I can see his back. I don't know if he's able to play that video again so that we can listen to it, watch it, and then deliberate further. Thank you.
I'll replay it. Don't worry. I'll replay it. I think. Okay, I got it. I got it. Just a minute.
As he plays, as we wait for him to play, I think if that is the case, then it's very sad that despite having been hurt and clobbered by the police, tena unakuja unaekelewa charge sheet kwamba lazima usign. I mean, these things should not be happening in our country. And it's very unfortunate that our police, we always know mishahara zao zinakuanga si poa, the way they live their lives is not so cool. So the protest itself. Okay, go ahead.
But even on their beds, they continue to lament over what they call police harassment and psychological torture, which they fear will prolong their healing process. Joseph Ndo, one of the victims, says he was undergoing nightmares, being handcuffed while under police watch for several days. When the form news, the police
kwa hivyo amechokora sana hiyo mguu.
Besides him is Dennis Munini. Police brutality, nursing 3 bullet wounds, writhing in pain and agony. The 31-year-old only breadwinner to his family shared how the police forced him to sign a charge sheet for an offense he denies to have committed.
Kakuwa kuna pesa wakakuja wakatuandikia karatasi, ananiambia kama sita saini hapo hivyo, wananibeba na mguu yangu ndio ikasenga ikabidi nimesaini.
In pain and sorrow, his wife Rosemary Wairimu Wangari says that her husband works as a salesman and is the breadwinner. Seeing him in this situation is a big blow to his family.
Anisaidia kwa mzee wangu apate kutengeneza hiyo mguu ndio aweze kutusaidia sisi kama mimi na watoto wake. Juu sina uwezo yoyote, mimi peke yangu niko kwa nyumba na sina kazi, hakuna venye hata hiyo kidogo, hiyo chakula kidogo ama pesa kidogo ya kupata madawa yake ya kumletea hapa, ni kuomba naomba huku barabarani.
However, the efforts of KTN News to establish the credibility of the allegations proved fertile as the area Ngong police station respond to both phone calls. However, Domitila Mumboa has denied allegations that Munini is a thief.
Alianza kuuza jacket, nilimpea kazi ya jacket. Bila alimaliza kuuza kazi ya jacket, nilirudi nikampea kazi ya books na tukaendelea na yeye vizuri. Kutoka 2017 akakuja akafungua kazi yake, akaanza kuuza jacket zake karibu tu na mimi.
Similar situation for Lucia Akeyo Ogutu.
Angalia nyuma na mbele. Tulimpatia kura atulinde, lakini kwa kweli kama mama msasi ameshindwa. Kazi yake amekuja kuua watoto wetu. Na tukakubali au kama mbaya tutakuja yote tuue sisi na watoto wetu yote. Abaki alema jana.
Frederick Ujiro of Haki Africa has called on the Inspector General of Police, Justice Comey, to speed up investigations into police officers alleged to be behind the shooting. Catherine Imuraget, KTN News.
And to everybody that is in
Leo, you are on mute, Bana.
Black has already dropped. You wanted to expound on that, but it's okay already. The video at least is self-explanatory. Those are some of the allegations that are out there. That
important as a country.
those ones who are okay.
Tusiongee tu maneno kwa mdomo.
Yeah, I wanted to put for Black that particular video. He's coming back to expound on it.
It's okay. I think he's getting us on the backgrounds. Maybe you can just put it, then you'll talk about it when he gets back.
Yeah, I've watched the video. This is the so many things that people are talking about police brutality, about negligence, about what is happening in our society. Now, we are all here as a panel and concerned about what is happening in the country. We need to find solutions to some of the problems. Today, I saw the president saying that he's going to remove the IEG, which I think the IEG should have done and should have resigned the moment so many people were killed by trigger-happy policemen. He ought to have resigned and not wait for the president to sack him or deploy him to another place. So we are anticipating, thanks to the GNZ government reshuffle, possibly we'll have people who are competent enough to run some of these institutions and bring down the budget. So that is an important decision, and we echo the GNZ. The issue of what Dairas had mentioned of people being hired and burning down a supermarket, yes, it is the level in which society is right now. And youths are very, very desperate to an extent where they can take 500 shillings to kill you. I have seen so many cases in the village where a youth is being charged in court that they murdered somebody for a mere 2,000 bob. 2,000 bob. You have seen the cases where somebody takes the life of almost everybody in their family because of 20 shillings or 50 shillings. Some of these, I believe, are mental cases. In Kenya, we have reached a society. We are in a society where some people are going hungry without food. Neighbors who don't care about each other, and government who sometimes don't care about its own citizens. So we thank Gen Z that we have come to the realization, and this cuts across both sides. I'm not talking only about Ruto's government. I'm also talking about the West in Azimio governed counties. I'm also talking about the West in Kenya Kwanza. And now that they are in government, it is high time that William Ruto leaves a legacy. There are two things that might happen. You can differ with me, and you can say, yes, it will happen like that. Ruto might turn around the country after what has happened. He might turn around the country, make laws that are favorable to the people, because we needed a situation like this, a moment of reflection. So that to cut down the MP salary, so that to cut down the traveling of the president and the ministers and so many other parastatal heads
These guys have been wasting a lot of money. In organizations you go, you find that they have a T budget, which I think Kibaki at one point had said that it's not important. Darius and Ashley, I can tell you for free, and Darius knows this, that we were led by a Senate president for a very long time by the name of Mwai Kibaki. Not so many people know this, but Darius knows this very well, that Kibaki mentally was not right to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. But we let him be the president of the Republic of Kenya, just taking somebody from a mental institution and giving him a country to run. And he was covered by a very, very good technocrats that we could not see. A good spokesperson who could take the beating by the name of Alfred Mutua. So we couldn't see the problem with Mwai Kibaki until he departed. May his soul rest in peace. So those are some of the things that have been affecting the Kenyan society, and we had turned a blind eye because of our tribal inclinations. So people from his tribe said that he's very much okay. We knew that he was sick. The opposition knew about it, but so long as they're in government, they were okay with it. So this is the problem with society. Leo, you're sleeping. Hello, yes.
I'm getting you.
Mm-hmm.
You are loud and clear, Mzalendo. Just proceed.
Yeah, I mean, I have finished my submissions. I think you are very, very tired. You need to go and
No,
sleep.
you're the one who, okay.
Drifting to
You're
sleep.
the one who was building up on that conversation, so I expected you to throw maybe a question or get some suggestions from us. That is why everybody is still waiting from your end.
Oh yeah, it's a point. It is something that you are reflecting on. One is the suggestions that I've been giving from so many years. I've talked about it, and I'll keep on. I say that every time you give us this platform to say something, we'll say something that informs the general public and our feeling on the ground that MPs need not to be given CDF to pay school fees for my children. No way. An MP, even when we were growing up, my father did not line up for a member of parliament to pay school fees for me. They had to work hard and make sure that we go to school. And the schools then were affordable. They could afford the fees, not like nowadays. The schools are just like the lifestyle of members of parliament have been exaggerated. The school fees has also been exaggerated. I don't think that it is necessary for Kenyans to have boarding schools. That thing should be abolished completely. Why do we still wear uniforms to go to school? Uniform ni ya kazi gani? Uniform ni ya wafungwa, watu wa jela, medics and all that. People who are going to school should be free. You see a Form 1 student anaenda, wazazi wake wanampeleka shule. The moment wanafika kwa gate, the parent is crying and the kid is crying. But this is actually is a correctional institution. Our schools are built like they are correctional institution. You take your kids with a bag, show a tissue paper like he's going to prison, and a baso. Anaenda kusoma na anasomeshwa mpaka saa 4 usiku. Kuna kitu ati inaitwa prep and all that. And these things will bring down the cost of living down, and even the cost of our schools, and improve on the schools which are in the constituencies. I feel that we should all allow our children to learn in where they come from. Kama unatoka Lupida, vile Daria anatoka Lupida, there should be a good schools there from primary to secondary school. You transition very, very well, and then you join college or university after learning in that local primary school to the secondary school. That way, we bring down the cost of learning. It doesn't make sense for someone who passed so well in a primary school, and you say that, okay, now it's time for him to go to Alliance or this other school, make the local schools be like Alliance High School or any other school. Yeah.
Maybe I'll allow actually then Dario to weigh on it, because this is something that people have always been asking, that why would we get bursaries and pay school fee to schools that belong to the government? Like, why would the government give me money to pay them? Does it make sense? Why can't the government just tell people that, okay, all the schools that belong to government, if you're unable to pay school fee, then you go, walk in, learn, and get back home. And if you feel that you want to pay school fee, then you go to private school and such kind of things. Maybe we can start with Ashley, then get the opinion of Dario.
Yeah, personally, I think CDF is budget corruption, because if it was really about bursaries, they wouldn't give some to MCAs, some to MPs, some to senators. I had even the governor and even the president. It's just all, I mean, like, how do you keep an account? And how do you account for which student has been given and how much of it was used for bursary? And if all the needy students are given, and we still see them coming online saying, oh, this kid passed, but he hasn't gone to school. And you're like, where did the bursary go? With all these people who are coming online to ask people to fundraise for these kids who are not able to go to high school because they don't have money. So you see, a lot of it, there is a waste, and it is waste that is by design. So I think one of the things, if we have to accomplish anything, if we don't get Ruto out, one thing that we need to scrap is that CDF and have it redirected directly to the Ministry of Education, where the teachers can actually pinpoint which students are needy and have those ones helped, or make the whole system educational free from kindergarten to college. Because even when Ruto went to school, I believe he did not have to pay anything. So we should be getting better, not worse. So I hope if we don't accomplish anything, that is one of the things that we are able to accomplish in this movement or revolution that we have. Tangible, something tangible. What other question did you ask?
Concern was
Leo.
just basically on the budgeted corruption, as you put it, the issue of bursaries and schools, whereby the governors, the senators, the MCs, each of them are having a bursaries to give. And if you look at it generally, it limits the role of the members of parliament. If you listened to Kipchumba Oscar Sudi saying that now that people don't want the MPs, or doesn't want him to go to Arambes and contribute money, he's going to stop that. Then he's now going to concentrate on bursaries and the CDF and such kind of thing. But none of those are roles of a member of parliament. So it tells you that we elect people for wrong positions.
Not only that, they also want us to be poor so we can look up to them. Because if you look in most developed countries, people don't depend on their, like, they don't follow their leaders all the time for something like stuff like this, because they are able to go and earn a living. So what they have failed to do, again by design, is to give jobs, like what Mzalendo was saying about having kids going to school in where they live. That would make the schools, like now if they were saying, okay, we're going to build a good school in each province, in each county, comparable to Alliance, so that kids can have a school nearby to go to. And that will even challenge the counties to make their counties good. Each county can collect their own revenue and get their own good school. And that's how, like in the US, people go to their local schools, their local primary school, their local high school. And I heard today on a certain group, someone was asking, if someone like the governor of Kisumu would come and run in Nairobi, would he also be taken? And there is a problem. One of the, we need to take the good. How comes you only take the things that are not beneficial? Why don't we take the good habits? Like why should somebody like someone like Baba Owino, he doesn't live in East Embakasi. How can a stranger come into your region to run for office? Because
that is what is happening in majorly. Like if you look at all the MPs in Nairobi, most of them, quite a number of them, they don't live in the constituencies they vie in.
you know that where I live,
who represent people in
yeah,
Mathare,
that is a crime. Where I live, that is a crime. You even if you work in a different state or in a different, like I work in a different state, and my residency is in a different state. When it comes to election, I have to travel to my residency, my primary residency, to vote there. And also, if you're running for office, you cannot run for office. You have to run where your primary residence is, like where. How am I going to put it? Like, it's not like where you come from. Where is your primary residence? This is my place. This is where I live. That is where you run for office, and that is how it should. Because you should develop your area. How can, like Mathare, where they have come from outside? How is someone from outside going to know the problems of the people there? That is where I'm saying even their salaries need to be reduced, so that when the gas go up, they also feel the pinch. They go to live in
Member of Parliament lives in Karen, but represents the people of Mathare. So how does that one make sense?
Now, that is why we are saying
Waraka, but he represents the people of Waraka.
Because we have been, and that's why they are making our school system bad, so that they can make laws that are not good for us. This is something that can't happen. You're not represented. So these are the things. There is this constitution. Actually, we need a referendum. We don't even need an election. We need a referendum for the people, by the people. That's what I'm going to end by saying.
Thank you. Maybe we can get some views from Darius. I don't know if you.
Yeah, actually, I agree with Ash. The rigidness of Kenyans in seeing a change might be better to. Sorry, let me just reduce my. It might be better sometimes to just inscribe that constitutional mandate of just doing a referendum to see, because when very many people are fed up and there are people already who are ready to be sellouts, then the cause is lost at such moments. In these many platforms, I was even seeing now approached by those Itumbis and whoever approaches people, and they have been paid because the president was fearing was this. Depending with where you are, like me, I'm outside the country and we're still on Saturday. So on Sunday, tomorrow, or a few hours from those who are back in my motherland, it's going to be Sunday. And this Sunday is going to be Sabasaba. Anybody on the platform who is too young to know Sabasaba, it's always a very significant day for Maandamano in Kenya. So these Gen Zs had actually said that Sabasaba, they will organize that's online, one of the biggest demonstration that has ever been seen in the country, because they will be joined by the millennials and even their parents, because a lot of people even lost their kids on this. And that brings me to my own statement that I was about to make. It really makes me very sad when I see how the country is ready to move on even before they buried the kids that have been killed. Most of these kids had gunshots from the back, which means they were running away. This is only happening in a third world, because I'm telling you, if you're in a first world and a bullet is found lodged in your body from the back, meaning you are running, this is a very big crime to even imagine somebody can go through that. Look at what is happening in Kenyan mortuaries today. They're being guarded by police so that you cannot get an independent post-mortem of a body of your own family. So technically, you're given a body that is dressed and you're told you bury it, because even the police escort is following you, because you're not supposed to count the bullets in the body of your kid. It's a very sad situation that some people look like they're immune. When I see now the president dressing back in his suit and coming to people laughing that we have solved, I wonder how you have solved to a parent who was burying like the kid who was shot yesterday. I think Rex, who was shot in the most peaceful demonstration. I think the first demonstration, even a pen was not stolen in town, but still this gun-wielding police managed to fire a bullet on somebody who was just exercising his constitutional right going home, and police have gotten away with so much killing that it is normal to them. Even if I go and kill there tomorrow, what will happen? Because even when the president called for a round table, this question he was asked, what are you going to do about these people who have been killed? The old president said that I'm waiting for people to give me a report. How many times have we been told that? Do you think next week anybody is going to talk about Rex? His story is gone like that. Nobody will care to go and find out what exactly happened. The parents are poor. They cannot even afford to get to a media house to say that they're now suffering. But the problem with this that I see, and it has never happened to a Kenyan president, that has really put me in a very sad situation, is the fact that I'm almost Ruto's age. For me, to put a bullet on a kid who is 20 or below, or just 21, who is starting his or her life full of promise in his next year to get to where I am even, and I take away that right given by God, it's just something that I don't know what kind of confession can make you wash your hands or sanitize from that. This should have been stopped from day one. Call out the police, call the IG, who doesn't seem to care. I think he has killed so many, he doesn't care when he sees others dying. But that is the situation that we are in. I really, really pray for these kids, the parents especially, who you have worked so hard, all your assets, and then your kid is taken away at his prime. This is their prime. Gen Z are at their prime. These kids have a history with Ruto. He went and took their land in Langata, tear-gassed them. These are the kids now. They have grown. That was like 10 years ago. Now they have grown to face him. And now taking their life away like that, I think it was a very bad thing. Ruto has made so many trips out of the country. He can go even to Russia and ask for bullets instead of live bullets. Get those rubber bullets, because these first world countries have a lot of rubber bullets to waste. If you shoot a bullet on the leg, it won't kill him, but you'll know that he was doing something wrong. He has a chance to rectify. But a live bullet takes your life forever. We don't know if there's another life after this. There is really no need to take anybody's life. That was just my 2 cents based on that. But I'll go very quickly to say a couple of things that I've caught when people were talking here. The president right now, because now just the way he's told the heart of very many was asking for votes to his settings of lying. He said that he's going to ask civil servants to retire at 60. I can send him and give him a few. A person like Mashogo, I know, is 68. Professor Ndungu, who could not even write a finance bill. He had to wait for IMF to write for him, which put the country in trouble. He's a 64-year-old man. Alice Wahome is also 64. When you go Kamau Tsuge and the PS who runs his life, Kosgei, he's 60. His birthday was today. Even I saw somebody wishing him a happy birthday. My uncle Mudavadi is 65. He's way over his date of use. He is expired. You see, the DCI chief is 60. These are the mentality they are carrying is the mentality that I see some of the people even in this forum who believe that there is no need for change. Change is always good. It is scary, but very good. So he has the list of ages of those people that are working against him, but he has just said that civil servants need to retire at 60. How would I feel if you make my father retire from civil service? Maybe he's working in Ministry of Lands, just trying to raise his family. You make him resign at 60 years old, and you leave a billionaire like Mudavadi, my uncle, to continue taking our money and doing nothing. I've seen a lot of cartoon when they show him and his brother Wetangula. Once they have eaten and they are full, they don't care if even part of their mandate is being administered. I've never seen them talk anywhere. It's just about corruption and everything else. So he should follow up this time, not make these promises and he promised Mama Mboga and our wheelbarrow, and you see how annoyed with him because of these promises. if you can follow up with these things, we see these people just voluntarily saying, hey, my age has reached, let somebody else do. You know, we are always scared of retirement. That's why you see a lot of old people in Nairobi. You know why? You find that my father is retired, but he's still in Nairobi. He's scared of going to the village. And this is because the renewal of contracts after you've attained the age of retirement is a very big thing in Kenya. Do you know, me and Mazalendo worked for the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I was there last, I was really shocked. Mambo Botella is being wheeled on a wheelchair to go to work. He's still having a contract. Surely, there is nobody else who can do the radio show. You know, we really have to. We really have to accept. Me, I'm very ready for my retirement, and it is coming in a few years.
But the president said that moving forward, once you reach 60, you'll have to go on a mandatory
This is what our parents have denied us.
retirement.
When you're working until you get to your 70s, you're working with a walking stick to go to work. Surely, when do you want these kids that you have taken to university to go? We just need. If Ruto can follow up with this, he has 3 years to win people back. He has a lot of years, and I believe if he does the right thing, he's on a good trend. Made it very easy for him. Gen Zs have made it very easy for him. Call Kosgei and tell him happy birthday. You know you have reached your retirement age. It's not me saying. These Gen Zs have really pulled me to the corner. You have to follow the regulation. Just that, and it's all good. So I was reading today's Saturday Standard newspaper on page 9 because Osam was saying some things I'm saying is not true. Me, I follow facts and I just read them. This is on a national paper on Standard page 9, where it was saying the United States and the United Kingdom are finalizing a list. Can you imagine? They're finalizing a list of national and county government officials and their wives to be slapped with visa bans because of corruption. These are the same people who are giving us an IMF to pass so that they take that money. So technically, that's why you're seeing Murkomen with the money taking out there. It goes to their country, they develop themselves, and we the fools, we sit there not knowing what they want. They had an agenda. So now already they are finalizing. So they know these people who are corrupt. They know these visitors who come to their countries to store money. So now they will finalize a list and send to the president, which of course nobody has ever announced those lists of shame. But this is what they're saying on Standard newspaper for today. So I was reading that and I was really, really embarrassed about my situation. Look at another scenario where on the Express, which I was there, and I had Ruto himself saying, when he was asked, the president was asked, making foreign trips. Some of these trips you can just make a phone call. And they had given, Citizen TV had given an estimate of about 300 and something billion. He quickly corrected them and even said it has cost over 10 billion for him making over 60 trips. Can you imagine? This money could have gone to this debt that he is crying, and we could have been somewhere. We are not anywhere because we are spending more on nonsense than what we are trying to pay off. Even me right now, as I talk on this platform, a lot of people, a lot of institutions, I owe them money. And for that reason is why on a Saturday I'm participating in this show. I could have been out there making merry and having a lot of fun. But I've taken stringent measures in my life so that I meet my obligations of debt. So this guy is you're flying the best private jet that even a president of a first world cannot risk doing, and you're coming back to tell us that we need to really tighten our belts because things are very tough. This is why you cannot really sell that ideology. So we are now past at the point where the president reached was not listened to anybody apart from himself. It's about time now he listens to the people, because even this, it is not that he did not ban. People have lost businesses. I saw another lady whose husband works in Sunbeam today. He jumped from whatever floor, and they have refused to give him the body. So you wonder if he jumped or he has a gunshot. It is just so crazy in the country right now. You don't know what to say. So yeah, then best believe if this conversation that the Gen Zs are pushing loses momentum, I'm telling you on this panel, however many people are listening today, the government is going to go back to default settings as soon as possible, because Kenyans can follow something up for about 2 loses more, stay blotted at 22, and we will continue as always. We these people will just go like that. We've lost so many people in demonstration. This is not the first one. These kids are candidates of being forgotten for achieving nothing. If the momentum dies even for 1 second. And that's why I really need them to keep pushing so that we see these things that have been said will be done. They need to be done. He has done one good thing. He has said he has listened. So let's see if he can do it. Because if he cannot, I don't think he deserves to be on that seat. Even if the seat remains vacant, tunaweza hata kujilipia kila mtu kwa watupatie pay bill number. Everybody can start paying 10 shillings to pay it anyway now. Because I don't understand. So also I saw what most of the panelists have said about the good senator, I think from Kiambu, Kanungo Watangwa, who said we actually need to replace these bursaries. These bursaries take a lot of our Kenyan money, and then we just replace it with free education. I was wondering why that is not easy to do. Because, free education would have been easily done instead of giving somebody money for you to go and beg to give you money to go to school and say that I've given you money. That is actually called a bursary. This is one of the most useless things that I've ever seen. They should just make education be free because we can afford it. Because if these guys are given 50 million times 290 constituencies, it comes to 20 billion. This is a lot of money. The same amount of money is still given to the to governors, to another 20 billion. Then GAF, women reps, which to me, I really need this post to be scrapped. I don't understand the meaning of a women rep. The women rep, and there's an MP there, there's a governor, there's a senator. It is too bloated. We just need to trim down everything. These things, I don't think they went with anybody's consent. Any constitution can be amended. We can amend this constitution to have legit, transparent, and very accountable governance. This governance is not accountable because even now when I have a problem, I don't know who to go to. Should I go to the women rep? Should I go to the MP? Should I go to the governor? It is a whole chain of a lot of people just in a small constituency. Can you imagine, like, I'll die there in Northeastern, you find a constitution with only 3,000 people, and they are already represented by 5 people. Surely, this is just crazy. So I saw also Alice Wahome, the MP, the Minister for Labor, the Lands, saying that she has over 100,000 housing units. And she was justified that if she stops getting funded, the capital investment will be lost. I was born and bred in Nairobi. I don't know where these 100,000 units are. Maybe Mzalendo can. Mzalendo was had traversed more of the country more than me. Maybe he can explain to me where this 100,000 housing units she's talking about are. I've never known there is any housing unit to show as of yet, So there's a lot of hulabaloo going on out there. That is just to finish up with all this. I think one of the biggest minds that I've seen in this Kenyan political scene was a guy called Kipruto Arap Kirwa. I saw him. He comes to KTN for a show because I always watch all these shows. And his advice to the president was the same as mine: stop trying to look like a hero of this situation. Because when you try to be a hero of this situation, you want to be the center of everything with all the answers. You want to show that you are solving everything. No, now you have mandated people, take a back seat so we see you are listening. All this charade of because even winning people back from all the lies that you said is not going to be very easy. So it is really up to you to now take a back seat, listen, and you do stuff by actions now. It is actions that Kenyans want. The rest of it, this the drama, the way they've been getting away with, we really don't want that. Because even the whole governance of Kenya now, I don't know if I can point a finger to somebody who does not have a record of incompetence in terms of manipulating the public coffer and stealing money. It is a shame when you see that an example like the chair of governors is Waiguru, who even my children, they if they hear that name, they just know it is that one who stole from NYS. The amount was in billions, but you are still in governance. You're just in problems. So we really want to see actions, and we really on this notice that this president has been given, because he has seen what the people can do. He had forgotten that he's our employee, A lot of people have been clapping to him, making him think he is the employer. He is not the employer. He is the employee. So the minute that now he's starting to understand that we actually hold his employment card in our hands and he can go anytime, maybe he will start doing things the right way, which I really hope he will. Thank you very much, Leo.
Thank you so much. Black, at some point you dropped. Maybe before I get to Ashley, I can allow you to proceed. I can see you're back. You're now settled.
Yeah, I'm now settled. Thank you. On the issue of accountability, like my fellow panelists were talking about, it's very unfortunate that a lot of money is going to waste, like he's mentioned about the CDF and the women rep. The women reps have a kitty called NGAF, that is National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Now, in this fund, that is where now you get to see these women reps taking pads, sanitary pads to small girls in various parts of the country that are impoverished. And it's very unfortunate that there are some video articles that have been coming up and showing how there are still some ladies or young girls from school that are unable to go to school because they haven't had any access to sanitary towels. So you then get to wonder, where does this money go to? You know, long before, when this fund started, then the women reps were never given the money, actual money. The sanitary pads were being procured by the government, given to the women reps, and then they would hand it over to the deserving young girls from various parts of the country. And at that time, many young girls would have access to these facilities, and it would not stop them from going to school whenever the time of the month would come. Now, as time went by, I think for greed of money, these women reps decided to revolt, asking why is it that they're being given these items being procured by the government instead of them being given the money to procure them by themselves. And upon putting much pressure, then the funds were dispersed to them, and that is how we are in this position as where we are right now, whereby they get these funds, and some of these facilities that are supposed to be facilitated by this affirmative action fund are not being taken care of. So pesa zingine zinawekwa kwa mfuko kidogo ndo natoa, and they not all get to have access to this. So unapata kuna wanafunzi wa kike in these poor areas that fail to go to school whenever this time of the month comes, and that's very unfortunate. So yes, I agree, and I join hands with fellow panelists when he's talking about the CDF being removed. I should also urge the government to remove this GAF, that is National Government Affirmative Action Fund. It's not being as with good intent as it was brought, but unfortunately haijatumika venye ilikuwa inastahili. So unless then we resort back to the initial act that was being done, that is acquiring those sanitary towels and handing it over to whoever it might be, because kulingana venye nimesikia, people would want to have the women rep position scrapped off. So assuming that is scrapped off, whoever it is that would be in place as an administrator of that particular constituency, then they will be given those sanitary towels and give it to the deserving young ladies from those poor areas. Another thing that I wanted to talk about is, like I was mentioning earlier, when Murkomen alikuwa anasema that kila public servant should scrutinized for lifestyle audit. It's very interesting, you know. A lot has been said about him. I don't need to repeat about the exorbitant lifestyle that he's displayed, and in regards to the kind of salaries that he was receiving as a senator. And some of the Gen Zs have been clearly outlined that he had been a lawyer who had never won a case and never worked in any law firm. So one would beg to wonder where would be the source of his funds to have made him very rich and afford the lifestyle that he's living right now over just 2 years. So if anything, I think he's just trying to play smart by calling bluff. I think it's about time Gen Z is now, aside from kuelekea kwa vile prezo anafanya, they should also now try to focus on the CSS that we have. I think a push for them to be to face the law would be the way forward. At least, to push the president to ensure that some of these cabinet secretaries that are questionable issues, they step down or they get fired, and immediately the ODPP starts pursuing prosecution for them. And we ensure that there are specific timelines of which these cases should take and not go beyond, because we all know that these cases are wakubwa. Most of the times they drag on for years until Kenyans forget, alafu na ni hivyo inasaulika. So that is my view. Thank you. I'll just leave it for that, because it is kila kitu say. When I get the next chance, I will continue my submission. Thank you. Leo, are you still there?
This guy is like he has drifted to sleep. Let me just continue to help him out. He's
Okay,
having
so
an early morning. He's just having an early morning. So I think maybe. Well, thank you, Leo, for playing that montage for Raila Odinga. Just to add on what many of us have said this particular moment, I wanted Darius to follow up on what Black has just said before I react to the situation. Darius. Daria, are you still there?
Yeah, Ole, my internet had restarted. Did I miss anything?
No.
What part of
you didn't miss anything.
Make a quick comment.
Yeah, make a quick comment.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Did you need a particular point to or
No.
or
I was in fact
just
early. What I was saying is that Black has given us some analysis of the situation in Kenya, and I wanted before Ashley dropped. Ashley, maybe you can comment because you listened through. Then Darius can come in. Ashley.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes. What was the question?
No, it was not a question.
I think he's talking about. I think he just wanted you to add on to ile yenye nimesema, pesa ya NGAF, National Government Affirmative Action Fund that women
Yeah,
reps
you
are usually
see,
given.
let me bring you
So
guys to speed.
most of that fund wanatumianga kwenda kunulia kama wasichana sanitary towels kutoka jamii za tofauti, but that doesn't get to these ladies nowadays, to these small girls nowadays, such that it affects their education, because whenever the time of the month comes, they don't go to school. But previously, when this women rep position was ilipoanzishwa, the national government affirmative action was not given to the women reps in monetary form. I mean, the money was not given or allocated to them in monetary form. Otherwise, they were just being given, sanitary towels were being procured by the government and given to these women reps to go and take to these young girls to the various constituencies. So by doing so, at least easy sanitary towels ziko zinafikia wale wasichana wa shule, so they would never miss school. But unfortunately, our women rep wakapigania kusema kwamba National Government Affirmative Action Fund wapewe in money form. Kwani hamutuamini? Kwa nini mnaenda kuchukulia hizi sanitary towels? Mtupatie hiyo pesa, si wenyewe tutajua vile tutafanya. So they were given that money after making those cries, but then unfortunately hiyo pesa inapotea, and things like these sanitary towels do not get to these poor young girls, so they end up missing classes for whenever the time of the month comes, and that affects their education. So I think that's what Zalendo was trying to ask you and the other fellow panelists to maybe add on top of that.
Thank you for explaining deeply. Is it briefly or in detail? So I think that I had said earlier that I don't think we need those positions like the women rep, because if I don't know what that position is for, but if they took that whole position out, I think they would be able to help girls a lot more than giving them sanitary towels. They will also be able to help girls who have dropped out of school because maybe they got pregnant, or because their families, for whatever reason, they dropped out. So where they can get education to get back, to be able to get an equivalent degree or diploma, and also help them with their children while they go to school. So if these women rep positions were taken out, there will be a lot more money to help these women, these little girls, become productive citizens. So such unnecessary positions, I feel, should be taken out. I think I had said that before you came to the show. So I am starting to see like we need a real overhaul of the whole system, because we also talked about how people are coming from outside, like a constituency, and vying for a position to lead that constituency, yet you do not belong there. You don't live there. You are not a resident. And that's wrong. I believe that if there is a vacancy, these MPs should live or be residents of the constituencies that they are vying for. And the same goes for like Nairobi, the governor should come from Nairobi. That should be where he resides. The MP should reside in the constituency they want to vie for, to represent their people. Because how can a stranger come and represent you? So these are things that I think the constitution missed, that needs to be rectified. And I know that Mzalendo had mentioned about uniform. I know some states where in different cities have different rules, and most people go in home clothes. But I have noticed in some poor neighborhoods, the schools there, they go in uniform. And the reason for uniform is because not every child can afford to have clothes, good clothes to go to school with every day. So the uniform makes them uniform to where people do not come to school where they feel inferior and are unable to learn because they are competing on how to dress, or you don't have clothes. Some people have one Some don't have many clothes. Some don't even have any clothes. But when you have uniform, then you're uniform and you're able to learn. So especially in Kenya where poverty is high, I think the uniform is something that should stay for that very reason. And I believe those are my very few remarks. But the main thing that I feel is that we need a reform. And I know this awesome is saying that why would we take out Ruto, who is a thief, only to bring another thief? And in one of the discussion groups that I'm in at WhatsApp, I had suggested we have an interim government for the remainder term, for the remainder 3 years, where we have someone like Okia Omtata, who has proved that he can uphold the constitution, not like Raila, who does it, who blows hot and cold. And I'm sorry for his supporters because they don't like to hear the truth, but that is the truth. He blows hot and he blows cold, and sometimes he's lukewarm. Right now, he looks like he wants to come back because he can see an opportunity. But when he saw like there was no opportunity, he went to the AU. We want someone who is consistent, someone who stands, someone who has conviction, and someone who can't, if they tell you take this position because it's going to benefit you and it's breaking the constitution, that you won't go along with it. Unfortunately, Raila has shown that even when BBI he knew was unconstitutional, he went with it because he felt that he was going to benefit. Today, the LSK leader, even though she was going to benefit financially, she has refused to get scooped up in this whatever Ruto was trying to give her. So we need such people, and there are such people. One of them is Okia Omtata. He might not look all there. You know, when you look at him, maybe someone wants somebody who looks better than him, but he is a good, I don't even know why we are saying we don't have anybody. We have someone like Okia Omtata. We have like that lady of the LSK. She has proved. Those are the kind of people we need to give, to get an interim government and give as we fix the country, as we get back a good referendum. We need to take such people and put them in place, and until we scrap all these people off and they go and they be barred from running for office for the next 25 years, that is the only way we are going to fix Kenya. Is it doable? I don't know, but I hope it is.
Yeah, I think
He has done a
I
very
want to
good
agree
job,
with
and
Ashley.
we thank him.
First of all, I've always felt sorry.
The gig
I don't know.
is up, Speaker. The emperor has no clothes. Speaker, I wish to lay the foundation of my contribution in the famous play titled King Lear by William Shakespeare. Widely regarded as Shakespeare's finest work, King Lear is an allegory that illustrates a sharp fall from grace from a king who is drunk with pride, with ego, the desperate need for control and praise, who makes a series of mistakes by listening to his immoral eldest 2 daughters and bad advisors, who exist only to praise him for their own personal gain. Though caring for him greatly and always wanting the best for him, Speaker, King Lear chooses to reject his youngest daughter, Cordelia, because she refuses to flatter or feed his ego like the others, by telling him the truth, even at the risk of her losing her inheritance. Shakespeare's motif revolves around King Lear's fall into error and Machiavellian ways, which we see when he arrogantly declares that he has ultimate power and can choose to ignore his subjects whenever he is pleased with them. His inability to see the truth leads him to lose power, wealth, his senses, his truest daughter Cordelia, and ultimately his own life. Speaker, the entire internet was screaming during Sunday night's interview with the president. Don't mean to anthropomorphize, but TV screens across the country would have turned themselves off themselves if they could, after what is said to have been a train wreck of a conversation from start to finish that left the emperor naked. I must acknowledge, however, the decision by the president to have a 2-hour unscripted sit-down, because seldom do African heads of state risk putting themselves in unpredictable, uncontrolled environments like that. With our majority leader setting the tone through this motion, let the Senate be your Cordelia, Mr. President. You are a leader in the service industry, and I was told just last night that the 2 most vital pillars in the service industry are perception and experience.
And for such a delicate subject matter, you at the very least need a stellar crisis communications team, because your words kept fueling the fire last week. I also want to remind the president that it's not about him. It's not personal. We didn't name it Kenya Kwanza. That wasn't us. Kenya Kwanza. Not Kwanza the noun, Speaker, but Kwanza the adjective. And instead of putting Kenya first, your presidency has put Machiavellianism first, like King Lear, when all that us young people wanted was for you to put Kenya first. Like a performance review of sorts, Speaker, we expected that on his third attempt to address us on Sunday night, he would come with details, with data, definitives, strategies, but it was still so vague, so non-committal, so uninformed. It felt dismissive and disconnected. Speaker, the president went on national television without a clue of what has been happening in the country that he believes he governs. Was the deputy president right in his address last week as well, that his boss may not know all that is going on in the country? How many people are in custody, he was asked. He replied, I have a ballpark figure from the police that they have enough people. What do you say to the youth who say yours is not a listening government, he was asked. He said, I have 4 things: housing jobs, digital jobs, export of labor, manufacturing. You believed barely 1.5 years ago that you could run the country on 2.9 trillion. In a few months, you went to Parliament and requested 3.6 trillion. This year, you went to Parliament and requested 4.2 trillion. And what do they see in return? They see extravagance in government, he was told. He replied, let me tell you the following. Today, universities were almost closed because of debts of 60 billion shillings. I have enhanced their budget by 40 billion shillings because education, to me, is the greatest equalizer. Speaker, this went on and on and on. Tone deaf and not answering what Kenyans really wanted to hear from the president. Not only were shots fired at innocent young protesters last week, Speaker, but it seems in this interview we also saw shots fired at his cabinet, his deputy president, and even the communications team caught astray. So what are some solutions? Speaker, in response to austerity measures as directed by this motion, the president has on record made pronouncements of what he plans to do. Young people do not want more dialogue or multi-sectoral groups before he actions what he has already committed to do. In his Wednesday, 26th of June press conference, the president committed to do the following. 1, reduce expenditure, starting with the executive office of the president and extending it to the entire executive arm of government. 2, operational expenditure in the presidency be reduced to remove all allocations for the confidential vote, reduce travel budgets, hospitality, and purchase all motor vehicles and renovations, as well as other expenditures. Number 3, Parliament, the judiciary, and county governments working with the National Treasury also undertake budget cuts. This clearly shows, Speaker, that the president knows exactly what he needs to do and precisely what he needs to focus on. Get rid of corruption, get rid of wastage, get rid of breaching court orders, get rid of misdirective and duplicative pots of money like CDF, which completely usurp the true function of a legislator. Speaker, members of parliament are supposed to legislate and ministries are supposed to implement. No parliamentarian should have a CDF allocation because our role is simple: to represent, to oversight, and legislate. We have no business building markets and roads and hospitals. Get rid of CDF that bastardizes the role of a member of parliament. We also want a repeal of other unconstitutional legislations since this government came into power. And we want leaders to be leaders, Speaker, not leaders to be dealers. However, to achieve all this, we also want to hear definitives and strategies, not broad, pie-in-the-sky pronouncements. By now, Speaker, we should already have heard how much he will reduce expenditure in his office. How much will you cut from your travel budget, your hospitality budget, from the purchasing of motor vehicles and renovations? Speaker, the President has economic advisors who work for him round the clock and should have crunched preliminary numbers for us to see by now. On Sunday, the 30th of June, he was asked on national TV again if he'll reduce his ministers and ministries, to which he replied, and I quote, "That is an area that we will have to look into, because that is a reality that we will face." It clearly shows that the President needs to do. Speaker, for my second proposal, let's go to Article 152(1) of our Constitution. That the Cabinet consists only of A, the President, B, the Deputy President, C, the Attorney General, D, not fewer than 14 and not more than 22 Cabinet Secretaries. This means, Speaker, that our Constitution provides that the President can cut the number of ministries to 14 from the current 21, saving the country billions of shillings. The Constitution goes further to say in Article 152(5) that the President, A, may reassign a Cabinet Secretary, B, may dismiss a Cabinet Secretary, and C, shall dismiss a Cabinet Secretary if required to do so by a resolution. Sorry, not sorry, Mr. President, but wake up your Minister of Youth Affairs, because the youth are telling you that they are desperately underserved. Wake up your Minister for Interior, because too many poorly trained, trigger-happy police officers exist under his watch. Wake up your Minister for Labour, because young people are protesting in the streets due to a lack of equal opportunities. Wake up your Minister for Roads, because we're seeing the worst levels of carnage and needless deaths of young people than in any 10-year preceding his. Wake up your Minister for Trade and Industries, because from small innovators to entrepreneurs to industries, the ecosystem she is leading has become terribly unforgiving. If you already know what needs to be done, and the Constitution gives you the power to take action, Mr. President, Cabinet Secretaries must be sacked. My third proposal, in reaction to point number 1 in this motion, revolves around exercise of legislative powers. Speaker, why is it that the finance bill never makes its way to the Senate for consideration? Our Constitution does not bar this upper house from jointly considering legislation, especially those with as much gravitas as a finance bill. To illustrate this, I want to go to Article 109(5).
Well, you guys have had Crystal Sanjay. I think when Leslie said that we need Okium Tata, that lady, I think, needs to be the President of the Republic of Kenya at some point. She's very articulate. She knows what should be done. She's talking about the things that we have been talking here in a very elaborate way, and what the President ought to have done then. So there's this talk of, let's go to this talk of Ruto must go, Ruto must quit. What do we need to do? Do we need to have those legislations, or do we need just to follow those draft measures that Crystal has taken us through, so that in 2027 we see what has happened to Ruto's government? Who will go first, Darius or Ashley or Black? Any one of you can open their mic first, and then we take it from there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, say this is Dario Puzo here. I was going to say that lady Crystal Asige, when she speaks, she makes me. She's a very, very smart lady. I really thank God for giving us leaders who think like this lady. She has always been impartial, not just based on this issue of finance bill and the Generation Z coming up. No. the lady is always very, very articulate, and what she says really makes a lot of sense. Just to say very quick what Black was saying, I had already touched on that point also, just like Ashley said, this issue of sanitary towels and women reps being there. I think it's just what I was saying about the education and the bursary. They really need to scrap that position. When I think of my women rep is Pasaris, and I heard her saying that her biggest achievement is she has started table banking, something that even Ashley can start wherever she is right now. How can a leader tell me about table banking? Ile wamama wanamwagiana pesa kwa chama. Hata mama yangu alikuwa anafanya pesa anafunga kwa leso. You know, it's just a very, very sad. It's a very sad situation to have a post like that with all that money going to them. Well, this just to follow up, the reason I went first on this Asige was that when I see such eloquent people, I normally try to reach out. So I did email her office. They responded. They gave me a website, an account by a certified accountant called Maina Ndegwa. You can always look for Maina Ndegwa on Twitter. He actually went ahead and downloaded a whole PDF of just the wastages that have been on the spiraling down from the people that are actually that have been actually running the country for the past whatever years. You can imagine what we have been going through. People who looked clean like Sakaja. You know, I was looking at I can briefly tell you, like, when I was going through this document, you can imagine a person like Sakaja, who just joined the office, has spent 670 million on foreign travels alone. Just for this financial year. The Meru governor has spent 903 million on foreign travel alone. I was shocked. In fact, tears was coming out of my eyes. Kericho governor has spent 88 million on travel alone. Machakos Washingishu governor has spent 135 million for his house. Same to the Kwale governor, the lady, 4 million on the governor's house. You really wonder if these are the narratives that we want to go ahead with. Look, the president himself has spent 333 million on general 300 million on general maintenance and renovation of all state house and lodges, as if they were falling down. You know, nobody has been using these lodges. When you pass, you are just shown state house Nakuru ndio hii hapa. Why would you use all this money just to say you are renovating these things? You know, nobody even sleeps there. The DP has spent 250 million on house renovation, and he was looking forward for another 373 and 399 for the wife. Just imagine. I'm talking about millions. It is not even a joke. Samburu governor spent 101 million buying Somali camels and heifers. We must be lost somewhere in this country. Wajir governor spent 33 million building a fence at a dump site. A fence, si a steamer. Unakata mti, unaweka pila alafu unapitisha tu ile senyenge barbed wire. He brought a receipt for a cool 33 million. Then he went ahead and spent 77 million to furnish the county assembly. Acting in the branding of Lake Bogoria. Lake Bogoria is already there. So just to put that post that says this is Lake Bogoria, a man comes with a receipt of 30 million. It is almost like a joke. And you wonder how these people are this rich, you know? And as if that is not painful enough, he made a special sitting for the MCS who are paid 162,000 each to pass that bill. Imagine, this is a country we live in. That was a sitting allowance. In Vihiga, my home area, I'm from Western, a man built, this governor built a speaker's house at 19 million. And listen to this, this was funny, it caught my eye. He used 19 million to build the speaker's house. And in the same Vihiga constituencies, when he was bringing his financial year on building classrooms. Classrooms. Yani yake ya muhimu ni speaker to sit in a house of 19 million while the class you can spoil. Hii watoto wa Vihiga tunawasaidia. You know, I was seeing the Murang'a governor allocated 60 million to the youth and 29 million, 30 million on that script was this guy who, Maina Ndego is actually from Murang'a. So he was asking the youth of Murang'a to come out and tell us what they have done with this 60 million or who has received. Because the biggest thing that has happened in Central, I've seen they were closing bars, but they were not doing anything to help that youth community that was getting lost inside the drinking problem. But they apparently there's a 60 million for them. I'm thinking this 60 million, even if it opened a rehabilitation center, because you know when you are told to quit drinking or doing drugs, you will have withdrawal symptoms. So you would need a rehabilitation center to try and get your life back together. There is none that is there, but they have 60 million in their surrender forms for allocation. That is how bad it is. I'm just about to finish. From there, you go to my person again in Kakamega, who spent 40 million, the governor, he spent 40 million and also had MCS to pass this bill with a sitting allowance of 100,000 each. The MCS. Eh? So, take this narrative from just the few that I've mentioned. JCC, people who have made all of you in this forum, the teachers of the country, they earn 17,000 a month. They went to the streets to demand a small pay rise. Do you know these 200 and something MPs, their airtime allowance is 17,000. Airtime allowance with a basic salary of 700,000. They were told we don't have money. Even when we are now trying to say this finance bill needs to go down, from the wisdom of the president, the first thing he said is JCC will now suffer. We will not be able to meet their obligations. That's 17,000 they won't be able to meet. But you have seen how much is going to wastage. You know, I think he needs to come up with somebody who has a red biro pen to underline to him what is a wastage. You know, I don't think adding salary to a JCC teacher would be called a wastage. So, as we are all saying the right thing. I think the only person in the forum that I've not understood well is Awesome. He's still stuck on the ODM and the Kenya Kwanza government. I think we are past that. Right now, I think Kenyans are all trained in looking for a solution within the quagmire that we are in. If you are a true loving Kenyan and you are not aware that there is a quagmire in Kenya right now, then maybe the politics or the scenario of politics that you're following could be different. Me, I think right now the bigger picture is out of those political affiliations. And as rightly as Ashley put it, even the opposition leader, Raila, this was not an avenue for him to come back. You know, when he started, he was just like the Gen Zs, but getting compromised is always very easy. You see even some opposition MPs have tried to look like they're hanging out with the Gen Zs. Because politicians have made it a habit that where there's an opportunity for me to look a darling of the people, I will jump to it, you see. And that's why I think this kid started very well by saying that this is fearless, tribeless, partyless, and all that. You did that kind of neutrality. So that when somebody makes a submission here, don't look at him like who is anatetea to government or who is opposition. I don't think right now in Kenya there is opposition and government. Right now in Kenya, there is people mourning kids who are killed. Right now in Kenya, every Kenyan has no finance bill because it was not passed. Even the one in government and the one in opposition doesn't have a finance bill. We are all in the same boat. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to evaluate this finance bill missing, what can we do to continue as a country and in the greatness that we are? You know, Kenyans, we are very great. We just don't know. Because the government has tried to kill us in very many ways. Mara walichukua sijui chemical gani wakatupa kwa sukari. Tulikunywa tu chai na tukukufa. God loves us. So, if you are alive today, pat yourself in the back and say, you know what, aluta continua. I will not sit down until the right thing is done. You don't necessarily need to be the one who will enjoy it, but your kids can enjoy it also. Because we, unfortunately, we were born into a system that was wrecked, and we have lived our life in that kind of wreckage. You know, I even sympathize with my daughters. I always tell them, you will say the boys are bad now in Kenya, they don't want to marry me. But now you, where will a good teacher who wants to marry you with 17,000 take you? Your demands are more than 17,000, and the government is taking 19 million to build a fence. So we are stranded. It affects our kids. It affects our lifestyle. We really need to go from this impasse and now start looking at the man at the helm and auditing him as a person. Sio chama yake, sio kabila yake, sio urafiki wake. And it has taken him to do a cabinet reshuffle because all those guys are his friends or political cronies who claim they helped him. You know, Justin Muturi is not the best guy to be the AG, but he's saying he brought Safina votes. What are Safina votes? Some of those appointments were very, very wrong. He needs to sit down, even though Uhuru was useless to what I hear people say, some of his cabinet ministers could do the job. There is no way Matiang'i could be quiet and people are being killed left, right, and center and he has no explanation. He would be on the screen. There is no way you can compare the late professor who died from Nyanza, the education minister, the passion that he had for education. There's no way you can compare with this Mashogu. Lastly, there is no way you can compare Gidu Mugai as the AG of Kenya with the one who is there, the political appointee. So, this path that we are taking is right. Even I'm seeing my friend Osam is saying the same. This path of the Gen Z was right, but unfortunately, and I even told Mzalendo, they cannot do this alone. This country is tougher than them. I'm not saying Matiang'i, Kenya revolutionary, I'm not saying Matiang'i was good. I'm saying at that post, you know, this is a post of orders. He would come out and explain what he has done. I'm not saying he was perfect. So yes, awesome, yeah. That's why I'm saying even we forgot the names like ODM. We are now moving on with the patriotic Kenyans. We don't know those parties anymore. We are at a point of where we want to salvage the country. The country was going to the dogs. So even that Ruto was in ODM. So we are just saying all these people need to be accountable. Don't look at anybody as Chama or some. Look at everybody as an individual that needs to. President, the buck stops at him because he's the head of the country. So don't get offended when he's called out to the right thing. When this podium starts bringing people of questionable character, put Mzalendo to task why he's bringing them. We shall not be having a problem with Mzalendo. We shall be having with an action that he has powers to control. That is all people are asking for, accountability from the main guy in the government. Thank you very much for those few minutes that I was given to air my very neutral views from Busia.
Thank you Mheshimiwa kutoka mtumishi kutoka Busia County. Thank you. Asante sana for that elaborate contribution. We are talking about corruption in government. The Auditor General has got a report on that, and as I introduced Black, you have the videos ready for you, Black, anytime that you need to emphasize your point on those particular issues that we are talking about. Viewers, this is Freak 24. If you have not subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe. I know there are people watching out there, they are not necessarily subscribed to our Freak, but we are giving them some good content. If you like what we are saying, what we are doing for our country, please do subscribe to our Freak. Go on YouTube, look for our Freak. Our Freak is AFRIQ 24 on YouTube, and do subscribe. Also, you can participate in the comment section. Awesome has been very, very good on the comment section. Kenya revolutionary, you need to come upstairs. Stop being on the basement. We need to hear your views on certain issues. So, Black, take it on. Black,
Yes, Mzalendo,
yes.
I don't know if you could play the videos for us, then we can deliberate soon after that. I think it would be best.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Unless actually you had something to rejoinder on what Darius had just said before I play the video.
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Ashley, and thank you for staying on. Okay, I will start with the video for I think Auditor General's report.
Now, Auditor General Nancy Gathungu has flagged several counties for flouting procurement laws and payment of non-existing projects. The latest audit report further shows that some counties are paying for projects that are overpriced, occasioning the loss of public funds. Stephen Letor reports.
The Office of the Auditor General has released its 2022-2023 report for county governments with a Nancy Gathungu-led office, exposing how governors have been mismanaging taxpayers' money dispersed as shareable revenue. Machakos Governor Wavinya Ndeti has questions to answer of a 12-story building that the county allocated 399 million shillings for, yet the Auditor General says the construction cost 230 million shillings and wants to know why the extra expenditure of 169 million shillings. Governor Ndeti also faces questions on 100 million shillings questionable payments to loans and SACCOs, with the Auditor General further questioning payment of pension worth 178 million shillings. Baringo Governor Benjamin Chaboy is also on the Auditor General's radar over irregular use of framework agreements on procurement, questionable medical supplies worth 218 million shillings the auditors could not find supply records for. Governor Chaboy and his team have also been questioned over irregular procurement of motor vehicles worth 120 million shillings. Other concerns include irregularity in procurement of the services of a law firm, as well as unauthorized expenditure of 21 million shillings on electricity. In Nyandarua County, Nancy Gathungu, the Auditor General, has flagged delayed projects worth 96 million shillings and more projects worth 48 million shillings. A perimeter wall worth 23 million shillings done by Governor Kiaria Badilisha has also got the attention of the Auditor General, as well as an irregular payment of 5 million shillings to the Council of Governors from public coffers. In Meru, Governor Kawira Mwangaza is faced with questions from the Auditor General for payment of ineligible pending bills worth 276 million shillings, as well as irregular payment of allowances to doctors amounting to 126 million shillings. The audit reports will be interrogated by the Senate's oversight committees, with governors required to appear in person. Stephen.
Well, guys, you've seen the report. You have seen the report from the Auditor General Nancy Gathungu. This is some of the wastage that we've been talking about. Although I find sometimes, sorry to say this to citizens, they don't cover governors that are bringing for them business. They don't really highlight what is happening in other counties, but you'll find that they are highlighting specific counties. But Black, having said that, so that is a kind of a wastage. And to our viewers and the guys in the comment section, that's the kind of wastage that we are talking about in county governments. How are we going to stop this? Black. Black, it seems that we have lost you for maybe network, but when you come back, Ashley, you can go first.
I think I've run out of ideas, because I think what we need to do is just have Ruto step down with all his team, everybody, the whole government, and we reconstitute and have a reform and get a new government, because it looks like what is set up, I don't think Ruto has in him to make the changes that we require of him, in him as a person, because he knew the country was in debt. Some of the things that he's saying he will remove now, he should have removed when he was telling people that they need to live within their means. He should have set an example.
I agree with you that he should have set an example. But you know, we were very reluctant until Gen Z's happened. We knew these things were happening. We were whispering about them. We didn't have the balls to take on the leadership. Yeah, we didn't have, we didn't have the strategy. We didn't have the strategy. Now that we have the strategy and the issues are on the table.
Do you have anything of whatever you're putting on made in Kenya? He said no. So what they want to be a ruling class, that the clothes they wear, there is no one else in the whole country that can afford them, or can they put them on, because then they keep going out of the country, they go and buy those clothes, they go and buy those things, but then they want to make them impossible for the people in Kenya to put. So they don't want to lead by example. There is something about a DNA of a person you cannot change. And when they are greedy from the core, there's nothing we are going to do. We are going to make them change. We don't know everything about government. Some of us are just starting to learn now about government, but they know the ins and outs. Yeah, the other day Peter Salasya was being interviewed. Those guys, the Gen Z, they were so quick to talk about him, that he was trying to tell them where they need to trade on, what they need to ask, where the waste is, but they were not listening to him. Okay, they were asking him pertinent questions, but he was trying to run away from them. But even what he was giving them was important. So there are things they know they should not do. So why don't they not do them? And then we come and help them on what they have not seen. But when we are going to tell them of things that are obvious, then I am discouraged about the true intent of that person to change. Because if I tell you to live within your means because we are broke, you are expecting that I am living within my means. And that's the thing, even on the rule, breaking the rule, they want to say, oh, people broke in shops, people looted, okay, now they are going into houses, arresting people who have looted. How many has Ruto arrested in his government that are known that have looted? So they want to have one law that works for the citizens and one that doesn't work for them. And that's a problem. We need a government where everybody is under the law, and there is nobody above the law. And I don't know. This also keeps saying, no, we need to move forward. But is Ruto really serious about moving forward? When he came there and said he said, oh, the Gen Z, I'm happy they have gone out. And then that night is when they went to kill people in Githurai. So does he mean what he says? Or is it just a PR? Does he have real good intentions, or is he playing games? But how long are we going to play these games? And somebody here said rightly that from when 2013 to 2017 to 2022, now to 2027, is a whole grown person. And you can just destroy the life of a person that they end up being nothing, because those opportunities were not available to them, because some people are so greedy. They have enough. Now they are saving for their generations up to the 4th or the 5th generation. And someone else cannot afford. I was told right now in Nairobi, when you go, prostitutes are in the streets. You just meet them everywhere. You think every of that prostitute wants to be in the street? Some of them think that is the only way they can provide for their families. So this issue about misuse of money is so huge. Do you know how many people have died? Do you know why the mortality rate, do you know why the young people are the majority? It is not because the older people did not give birth. It's because the mortality rate is high or low, whatever. I don't know whether it's high or low, but people are not living long because people don't have good quality life. They don't have good health care. So they are dying prematurely. People, like, imagine almost 43 people have been killed. Yet people are still talking about other things, how to move forward. Yet in the US, when the one person by the name of George Floyd was killed, the whole of the US was burning. It was burning until those police were arrested, and today they are in jail. 43 people have been killed, including children. I have not had people go to the streets in different cities and cry and ask for those police to be arrested and for police brutality to stop. When they started killing people, I said, actually, we are no longer talking about the finance bill before it was rescinded. We should start talking about police brutality. And then Ruto sits there. He's more concerned about the economy. He's more concerned about creating jobs. He's more concerned about businesses that were destroyed. A business can always be rebuilt. Parliament can always be rebuilt, even if it was burnt to the ground. They can meet at KICC. Can you replace a person? You can't. So I don't know, we have become so abused until we have become immune to death, to murder. How many people are dying every day? Nothing is being done. How many crimes have been committed? I tried to follow actually 2 cases of people who had died that were national, and it didn't go anywhere. You just go. I knocked on doors almost to Ruto, and all I got is it's a big person who is being protected, and it is a murder. I guess, I don't know, we need to pray. Because I don't even know what to think. 43 people dead. Any other country would be burning by now if they are not doing anything. Yet you're telling us, oh, let's move forward. Let's see how Ruto, let's give him time. You know, when you're giving him the other day, let me tell you how unbothered he is. He sent his daughter to come and give a conference, and she says, I hear you, I understand you. As who? Can you imagine me holding a conference and telling people, I hear you, I understand you? As who? Who is she? That she is sitting there to listen to us and telling us she understands us. She is understanding us as who? And as if that was not enough, the next time we hear the other daughter has been named the foreign something director in the same week. Is that a man who is serious? Do you really think he's serious? Do you think he's ready to change? Or he's just seeing how he's going to place his daughters and his children so that they can be the next Museveni or the next president of Rwanda? Do you know the president of Rwanda, his son is a major or something, like somebody big in the army? This is what he's arranging, a dynasty that he condemned before, but that is what he's doing himself. He's arranging his children to take over. Maybe he even thinks in his head that his daughter can be the first president of the country, which is okay. But as he gives his daughter, his children, those opportunities, all we are asking is that even every other Kenyan mother and father can have that same opportunity to be able to afford their children the same opportunity. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, as a black, you can come in. I mean, the issue of Charlene Ruto is there in the public, but the other appointment, I think it was not. It was I think it was a fake story of the other daughter being appointed at that particular time. Black, can we hear from you?
No, I want to add on to what Ashley has just submitted, that this is very unfortunate. I mean, coming from a person who we all supported when it was the campaign time, like we really believed in what he was advocating for. But what is happening in the case of the doctor being what is called for the, is it the defense school? Was it a defense school? No, like I think 7 names, was it 7 or 17 names that were put forward or nominated, and apparently these names are usually nominated by the government state agencies and ministries. So as to how her name came about, I don't understand. You know, it's such a coincidence. Now these are the kind of things that should not be happening, because it looks more like nepotism, and that is something we've been trying to fight since independence, where we've seen only people's family members are the ones that put forward, become nominated for job positions, not only in government but also the private sector. And this is very wrong, you know, because it deprives people who have the credentials to perform some certain jobs from getting these opportunities. And that's very unfortunate, because like you heard before in the Gen Z one-on-one question on X Space with the president, when he was being asked about Murkomen's credentials in regards to the docket which is heading, you know, as a lawyer, how could he be heading Ministry of Transport? You know, that is a docket that should have been handled by someone who's an engineer, at least, who has some engineering accolades. He doesn't. So how can he lead that? So just by the fact that he was his friend and he helped him in the campaign, so that was his way of rewarding him. But and in the process, we get incompetence in matters to do with the performance, the overall performance. You see, so these are the kind of things that ail Kenya and Africa as a whole. And unless we address that, then the future of our children's children will be bleak, you know. So I agree with Ashley.
Thanks, Anna Black, for that. Darius?
Before yes, I know you challenged me on June Ruto.
Yes.
I just want to say for you something so somewhere here where what's his name is asking him. Let me play it so you can listen. Hold on.
Media, in fact, it's gone viral. It says President Ruto's daughter, June Ruto, has been appointed Director of Foreign Services and participant at the National Defense College. What does that mean?
Number one, the National Defense College is domicile.
So you had that. That was an interview with on Citizen TV. So I just wanted, if someone hasn't listened to that, they can go and get more information. She was nominated among 3 students by the Department of Foreign Affairs or something like that.
Okay, all right, Darius. I mean, I'm getting new stories each and every day on Afrique, so this is where you need to be.
Was she the one who was working for the embassy of Kenya in Poland?
Yes.
Yeah, she's the ambassador. She was the ambassador in Poland.
Now, see,
yeah,
when he was the deputy, right?
Yeah, when he was the deputy, he was part of the arrangement we had with the Uhuru when they shared.
This is very bad.
Slots of cabinet ministers. Yeah, they share our wealth like it's a ndizi umetoka kwa mti mnagawana. But yeah, I saw even one of the participants, I think Bella, was asking if we can also say some good things the president has achieved. Personally, me, I might be the wrong person to answer that because I've not seen. He has very good energy. For a person who had, if he had good intentions, the country would have been very far. And one thing that maybe Bella, you don't understand is we're not saying Ruto is a bad person, but politics people lie. But Ruto knows how to lie with a passion. And when you lie with a passion and you go to the person who is in the very biggest need, a very needy person, and you lie to him or her, he looks at you as the savior of his future problems. So when you don't do it and just say, that was a lie, you really come back in very bad standing. Because what I know is the people say that people are saying that the fertilizer has brought bigger yields. I am a farmer. I've been a farmer for the past 5 years. With good rains, I've always gotten good produce, but I can't speak for other farmers who personally I think they maybe gained from this fertilizer. I never bought his fertilizer in short. That's so that I would be the wrong person to say. So now this year, you see when the fertilizer was had some fake elements in it, a lot of farmers did not plant, and they were even on TV. I've seen most of us are very busy and not watching TV. If people had to do Ashley to play them a video of a show that just ended the other day, I think this show was on Wednesday when JKL was having a show. So when politics is life, and when you want to be in politics, be very committed to knowing the information that is out there, especially that is coming from somebody's mouth. That's actually clarified by Aden Duale, the defense minister. So what I was saying is, I was calling home today because now I'm harvesting to find out the price of maize, a gorogoro of maize. That is ile mkebe. Naita hivyo sisi Waluya. And I was told it's going for at the market, my local market. And when I was buying to plant, it was 110 because the prices were high. So the middleman is gaining because, now me as a farmer, I'll go for a loss if I sell my produce. I don't know if you understand. Because if I sell it at 50 and when I was purchasing the gorogoro, it was about 110. Actually, I got it at 100 because I just got from the market. You see now, I don't know who gets to gain because we all know that Rift Valley is the bread and basket of farming in Kenya because the land is very fertile there. And we also know from Cheregai, this senator who talks a lot, I remember when they were fighting amongst themselves, saying NCPBD is choosing whose maize to buy first. Then we realized that in Kenya right now, the only place where they have silos is in Rift Valley, where people with very huge tracts of land put their maize there in storage until the price is really, really bad, and then they release it to sell so that they get good profit. So a person like me who doesn't have a storage, I'll be forced to sell my maize within the next 1 or 2 months, whether the price will have dropped or not, or have gone high for me to make something out of my farming. And I might go for a loss, and my farm is not as big as my brothers from the Rift Valley. So this just tells you that NCPBD now is full because they have not hidden the maize the way they did when the country was not run by them. They have released it now. So there is a lot of maize now that is on the need to go. So if you are a buyer and you're not a farmer like me, you better enjoy this moment because it's a good moment for you and it's a loss for us small farmers. It's only a profit for big farmers, but especially me, I've suffered that fate. So yeah, so other than that, I think Ruto spent the past year trying to prove a point, and he ended up doing a lot of opening of projects that were already opened by Uhuru. I think it was a waste of resources and time. If you go all the way to Malindi to open a road that was already commissioned, it really wasn't buying logic. But like my friend Awesome said in the comments, God has given him now a good chance to redeem himself and see, are you the person to implement this? If you are not, the way Ashley has believed, and she's very strong about it, if you are not the person to do this, then don't waste our time. Because the blood of these kids cannot go for free. We just need somebody who can implement and do the right thing. You know, it is within your power now to either fire extravagant ministers. You really need to start with Murkomen, and he's your best friend. That's why we are worried. Can you really do it? Murkomen, I remember after the riots, for the Raila Odinga riots, one of the many that he had around Machakos, they spoiled the bypass. The next day, he already came with an estimate before the contractors were on the ground. I remember even the figure was the same, even in every road. Hey, this will take 177 billion. This will take 177 billion. People wondered, hey, this guy, he knows the estimates even at night, because you come in the morning and you already have an estimate. You know, it was just showing you how they push this put in their pockets. And we have been strangled for so long. I think I once told you here on this forum how I was driving on an Uber driven by an old man. And you know, old people have seen a lot. This guy just looked at me and said, I don't like talking about politics. That was way back, maybe a year and a half ago. And he said, I don't like politics, but if life continues to be like this, because at that day they had raised the price of fuel. So Uber takes money up front. So he was not making anything. So he was saying, if it continues like this, when you push a man to the wall and he goes and tells his wife every day he doesn't have money for food, that man will be like a cat and they will explode. And this is what almost happened to Ruto. Thank God it was the kids who it is easy to convince by sweet words. So my challenge to him is to do the right thing, the way Osam has a lot of belief in you. Don't let people like him down, because I'm sure in different forums you have rubbed shoulders with other people. So you really just need to do the right thing. These kids have given you an avenue. If today Mzalendo was the president and he was pushed to this corner and he has me as a minister and I'm doing wrong, Mzalendo is my friend. But now he'll call me with a different tone. He will tell me, you know, it's not me. Me, I still like you. You are my good friend. But for the sake of the country, for the sake of my legacy, you have to step aside. We'll see what to do later. But now, I don't know, he has the balls to do this. We are yet to see. We can't judge. We can only wait to see, because this course that they were following as Gen Zs, I'm really praying that they don't slacken on the momentum, so that an achievement is gotten out of this. Me, stuff where people lose their lives, I'm really, really passionate about a result getting out of it, so that all this doesn't go to waste. That is my clarion call to all this that has happened to our beautiful country, Kenya. Thank you very much.
Hey, Black.
Yeah, you had played a video, and unfortunately, I didn't speak on it because there was another call that came in. Now, anyway,
you can talk about.
Yeah, it was the issue of the audit report by the Auditor General, Nancy Gadungo. You saw how the wastage and money being lost without a proper trace in matters to do with accounting. Like Machakos, the governor, apparently they were constructing a 12-story building that is evaluated to cost 230 million, but on their books it has been exaggerated to 399 million. That's more than 100+ million in exaggeration, money lost. See, another governor may spend 23 million just to construct a perimeter wall. 23 million. You see, now these are the kind of things that we were talking about, that is about high time that even these governors get scrutinized. We need to start seeing people being taken to court and being jailed, you know, because you can imagine, despite the Auditor General giving us this report, these people are still out there working scot-free, continuing to loot, and it's very unfortunate. So I don't know when this is going to end. Before these governors came in, the previous governors, I think we had some good governors, especially in there was this one, Kivuta Kibwana. Kivuta Kibwana was a very good governor. He did very well. For 180 million, I remember very well. Alijenga kiwanda. I mean, he built a factory for value addition, whereby the farmers in his county would take tomatoes there and value added, right? So at least as much as alimaliza term yake, there's something that people can look at now. Say, yes, our governor did something. There are many things that many governors did, like Mvurya, the CS for I think mining. He did well by there as a governor of Kwale. He was among the top performing governors in his time in Kwale. So it's very unfortunate that with this crop of leaders, which we believe that at least we believe that they will bring some sanity to our county governments. Well, so far I've not seen tangible projects, like things like factories, things that those usually create jobs in many ways, and these jobs trickle down to others. Like for example, kutengeneza kiwanda ya value addition of any particular crop or produce. It means the farmer of that produce in that county would be able to take their crops there, and once they do that, they get paid. When they get paid, they do make purchases, because at the end of the day, they have to live, right? So lazima nunue kama ni mafuta ya kupika and all these things. So hawezi kuwa anapika na anapanda kila kitu. They usually purchase something. So from whoever is they're purchasing from, those people will also get income. From that income, those people will also be able to purchase other things elsewhere. So unapata ile pesa inatembea. But then now you see at this point, if I can ask you, okay, I don't know which county government may launch factory karibuni. Which one? I've not seen any. I only remember the president talking about going to launch something in Homa Bay, that was it Kisumu, at the Lake Victoria. Kuna venye walikuwa wanataka kutengeneza sijui cold refrigeration rooms for the fishermen, after fishing they will take their fish there, but that project has stalled until now. It's not moved. What else? Someone was talking about housing projects. I think it was Darius. He was asking where are they, because he's not seen them. I have not seen them. Wanasema they are somewhere around, I don't know, Kisumu, and I don't know. For those who are in Kisumu, maybe they can tell us, or Homa Bay, they can tell us. Because from what I gather, I remember not so long ago, the PS for housing, the guy who was waiting too much when he was being asked questions in regards to the housing projects and the money that was supposed to be deducted. What was his name? This guy, I forget his name. PS or housing. What was his name? Anyway, my point about him was that just not so long ago, he came up and he told us that the money that so far people have contributed is far beyond what they expected to have received, and the absorption is so minimal, such that they decided to invest whatever money that Kenyans had been deducted for housing project into something else, into government bonds. I mean, that is so crazy. Who does that? Who does that? Eti kwamba ile pesa wamecollect ya hiyo housing program ni nyingi mpaka hawajui ya kuabsorb, yani kutumia. That's what it means. So wakaonelea wa invest in something else. I mean, how crazy is that? Why don't they increase the number of projects and sites so that they can also employ many more Kenyans? I mean, that goes to say that there's something totally wrong there. So I think with this Gen Z movement which has come in, maybe it has given us an opportunity to highlight some of these things, and in hope that they can be corrected. Thanks.
Black, thank you, Black, for that contribution. I remember I've forgotten the name of the PS. I'll just remember it in a short while. Meanwhile, Bella has dropped. I wanted him to contribute on this show for the first time. And that I think is a Gen Z from the comments, from the people commenting on the comment section. I go the DJ. Asante sana for bringing Bella to Africa. Karibu sana. Now, the Westage, you talked about the housing projects. The housing projects that Ruto is doing in Homa Bay, they're there. They're there, Mr. Black. They are not. It's not like they are not there. These housing units are going on. They managed to go through the court process. You know, at some point they were stopped by the courts, so they did something about it, and the units are going on. So that is one thing that I know is happening in most of the counties, including where I come from, Homa Bay. Those houses, those units are there. Are they beneficial for the people? I would say so many people have argued about it that these houses are not what we need at the moment. I say no. These houses are very, very important. There are so many slums in many areas in Kenya, including those small counties that are in the rural area. There are slums in Homa Bay. There are slums in Kisumu. Slums in Kakamega. So we need those houses. On the issue of giving the sustainable employment, I don't think so. Maybe during this time of and regime, they will he will ensure that they are finished and people get employed in those particular areas. When they are once they are done, that's it. Kazi imeisha. So those houses are there, Mr. Black. And what else? There is an issue that Black had brought in on my desk that we needed to watch the video and highlight some of those issues that
Mzalendo,
are yes.
before you do that, kitu ngoja tukakuuliza. I mean, okay, ziko Homa Bay like you said, you've seen them. But then now we should go back to what was the actual initial intention of this housing project and what was the focused outcome when it comes to job creation and what have they done? I mean, so ukiangalia,
Go ahead.
if it is working well in Homa Bay, this housing project was supposed to spur economic activities, because if they were going to be rolled out in masses all over Kenya, in all the counties, then it would mean there would be a lot of activity happening. There would be a lot of money circulating, because kuna wale suppliers wa simiti, suppliers wa chuma, suppliers wa mchanga, kuna wale wa kujenga, mafundi, engineers. There would be a lot of money circulating in the country right now if they would have been rolled out countrywide. But they did not do that. As to how what the criteria was used to decide that it should begin in Homa Bay and the counties which you mentioned around your home area, I don't know, because I've not seen them in Mombasa. Area says it's not seen them in Nairobi. I don't know if Ashley has seen them elsewhere, maybe Nakuru. I don't know. But personally, if at all they had been rolled out the way they said initially, before when they were negotiating the percentages to be deducted from people's salaries, then by now I don't think Kenyans will be complaining about the economy. But kulingana na venye iko, walikata watu pesa, and then they say that they have received a lot more money than they anticipated, so they decided to reinvest that money. I mean, it did not make sense. That is what I'm talking about. Those two aspects. The first aspect, it was intended not only to provide housing alternatives to those Kenyans, that affordable housing to those Kenyans cannot afford the current prices of houses in the market right now, but they were also going to spark the economic activities in the country, which they have not. Spurring up economic activity would mean there would be a lot happening. Kama ingekuwa hii ujenzi wa manyumba zina happen all over the country all at once, you know, all these activities happening, pesa ingekuwa imetembea kwa mifuko za watu. So I don't know if it was a deliberate thing trying to kuifinyilia to certain areas na certain areas, hapana, labda hiyo pesa itanarudishwa kwa buy government bonds. Who does that?
Black, do you know of the housing units in Buxton?
Those housing units were private. Let me tell you. No. Let me tell you. Do you remember those days for Uhuru and Joho when they were talking about demolishing the Buxton houses?
Yeah, I remember. Was it a government project or it was?
It was not a government project. I remember. Kulikuwa kuna huyu jamaa, the guy who wanted to vie for governor in 2022, but he didn't. But he had vied in 2017 and lost by Shabal. Shabal, if you remember Shabal, you recall that it was a PPP thing. Actually, it was a private investor. I recall very well. Shabal is the one who funded that through his friends. And your project, I can tell you categorically, see Agava. And those houses do not look like the ones that you've shown there. They look totally different. Just so you know. What you've shown there is what you've seen in Netwaje Ngara. Those are the houses in Ngara. The ones in Buxton, those are private in your houses. They're not owned by the government. Just so you know. So, like I was telling you, the two ways that I've been disappointed is the fact that we expected there would be a lot of economic activities being spurred up by the housing projects being rolled up countrywide in all 47 counties. Those would be so many houses. That would need so many people to do those jobs in constructing those houses. That would mean a lot of supplies. But that is not the case. So I'm disappointed in that. Secondly, as to how and who gave them the authority to take the money from one ministry so that they can invest it in treasury bonds, that is like trading. How do you do that? You tax people, you receive the money, then you go trade it in treasury bills, because by buying treasury bills, basically you trade it because you're going to get the money back in profit. How does two ministries in the same government trade? Does it make sense to you? Because it's from a housing ministry trading with the with treasury or Ministry of Finance by buying the treasury bills from them. Have you ever heard of that? Because this is the first time I'm to say. So maybe some of you can deliberate on that. Hello, Mzalendo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm very much there.
Yes.
I was just looking for the various those.
Serikali inawakata tax, ina collect tax, then inachukua hiyo pesa, then inabuy treasury bills. How? If you can find that clip by, I remember, nimekumbuka hiyo jina yake alikuwa anaitwa Hinda, PS Hinda.
Yeah, PS Hinda, we played a lot of PS Hinda's videos.
Play that when he was asked. They collected more than they anticipated, so they decided to invest in treasury bonds. I mean, how? Since when?
Even these other collections, they have invested it. The other collections that is going on, they are still investing it.
It don't make any sense. I mean, unless it was intended it was intended kufanyiwa michezo from the start, because it wouldn't make any sense. If you've received more money, if you've received more money than you
interest, will it go back to the people or?
No, they said that the money that you'd receive, if at all you decide to take back your money, is without the interest. If anything, you'll be taxed if you request for the interest. That's what they said.
So hizi
I'm
manyumba
asking, ndio maana nauliza kama wamecollect pesa mingi.
Ruto alisema hizo pesa people said equate tax. You cannot be refunded. Now it's not refundable. Before it was where you could get it back. And I think someone asked a question like that. I had something similar to that when he said the real intention was not even actually to build jobs, but to give employment. Nikashindwa kama ni employment, kwa nini wajengi mashule? And there are places where there are no schools. Why can't they build schools? And then they are building these houses on county land. So are people going to get titles? And since they are giving foreign investors who we do not know who they are to build, are they going to sell at market value? And when they sell at market value, are they going to give any of that money to their county on whose land they have built? Or do they keep all the profits to themselves? There is a problem here. When Ruto leaves, there is the danger that those people in those houses will be evicted because that is county land. That belongs to the people of that county. So are the people of that county going to gain anything for those houses being built there by a foreign investor? That question has never been answered.
You know, Ashley, maybe you can elaborate. Why do you call them foreign investment?
Before those houses were built, I think they said that these county governments were asked to relieve some land to this project. Now, question here is, by relieving this land to the government, were they paid? Because they would have to be compensated for this land.
It was free.
And
That's
if
what
they
I'm
were not,
if they were not,
then actually, like you said, you are right. This regime will finish its term, it will go away, and the next regime will come in, and the other governors would say, hey, you know what? Hizi manyumba zimesimama kwa land yetu na tukua ilipo. Sasa ni either those tenants would have to start buying rights to that land, those ones that would have purchased those houses. Ambayo italeta shida baadaye, rightful, like you said, Ashley.
Actually, wanasema hata watu wale wanaingia hizo manyumba, they're not being given titles. There is none because the land doesn't belong to them. So this is a problem because if they were giving out land to build a school, to build something that is not profitable, then it will be okay. But you cannot give free land to a private investor who is going to make money and they give you nothing. It doesn't make sense. But that's what these houses that are being built, they already have a problem beginning. Na hiyo ndio kitu Ruto, until now, hata siku hiyo watu wali complain, he insisted on doing it his way. He did not want to sit with people, to reason with people, because I wish he built these houses as government houses or county houses where the county collects revenue. You see, now that's what they should have done. They should have made them very, like cheap, where they collect revenue for the county. So each county that gives, someone builds, and then they collect revenue, somehow work something like that, where the county gets something back. But they didn't do that. They asked them for free land. That's why in Kiambu, when they tried to take land, the residents refused. They said, you're not going to have any land here. So in Kiambu, I don't know whether now they've taken anything, but in the last time I checked, the residents refused to give land because their governor was not working with the government. They refused to give land to the government, and it was an issue.
I think this is a scandal waiting to explode once this regime is out.
Black huko ni kwenyu, unajua huko? Nani atakata nyumba kama hizo bwana? Unless you're crazy. Those are very good houses. Ndio hiyo hapo.
Who do you see there?
Affordable housing. Affordable
Shabal, I
housing.
told you it's not by government. Let's let the clip finish.
And the Minister for Lands.
Saa hiyo ni kitchen, hata mtu hawezi turn.
I was of the same view.
Kuna watu wana manyumba zina kitchen. Hiyo ni angalia, hiyo ni court ya basketball bwana. Darius. Darina kuona hapo. Hata kama mnateta, mtaongea yani
I'm saying
president
naweza taka sana kujua hizi house iko wapi.
affordable phase 2 housing phase
Nasema
1
naweza taka kujua.
ndio hiyo soma hapo.
Can you zoom that if possible? Naweza taka kuona.
Affordable Buxton phase 2 was performed by His Excellency
Mzalendo. Hizi manini zinakaa poa sana, naziona mara ya kwanza na wewe, lakini nauliza criteria gani itatumika kupea watu nyumba?
Mimi nataka sana kuiona.
No,
because these houses,
unajua, those are the things that we need to be talking about. Hizi nyumba.
that's what I'm telling you. These houses, like I told you, Shabal, umeona Shabal hapo. Hizi vitu zilikuwa wakati wa Uhuru. They began being constructed wakati wa Uhuru.
No,
not now. Affordable housing came after Uhuru. These houses started, yes, back standpoint. Hizi vitu zilianza kujengwa wakati wa Uhuru, not time ya ninio ba. Understand that. How that story, that name, that project changed.
Ndio maana nilikuwa nawaambia ameruka kwa vitu zingine kama hizo za Buxton, kama unasema zile za Buxton, ameruka kwa project za watu wengine, na ni sawa pia kumaliza. Unajua kama mtu anaweza kumaliza,
tuseme amemaliza, tuseme amemaliza.
Ruto alikuwa nje ya serikali wakati wa Uhuru.
No, mzalendo, hizi nyumba unakumbuka wakati wa Buxton kuna time watu walikuwa wanaambao watoke, watapewa doa, walikuwa nakataa kutoka time ya Uhuru, if you recall.
No, nauliza hiyo ni phase 1. Unaona ngara.
So I'm telling you, what I'm explaining to you here is that these houses were not under the affordable housing plan, because the affordable housing plan came after KK took over, and that is why we had these deductions. These houses zenye zimekuoneshwa hapo zilijengwa bila any deduction from anyone's salary. Una understand the difference mbili? I don't know if you understand those two things. These houses were constructed wakati ya Uhuru, before amalize term yake. They were demolished at that time. Even during that time watu walikuwa wanakataa kutoka.
Skiza, let me just
kutoka.
Unaona ile video ulikuwa
unaita just a minute, allow me to finish. Na nikakwambia Shabal and his friends, business friends, are the ones who constructed these products, hizi project, hizi manyumba. And uzuri hii clip umecheza, you've seen Shabal there, like I told you earlier, Shabal, right? So I'm trying to explain to you while you're trying to kupoint hizi nyumba ni kama hizo affordable housing ya KK that they have achieved this. I'm trying to tell you that these are not houses constructed under this affordable housing scheme ya KK. These houses had been, they have started because zimeanza kujengwa wakati wa Uhuru while he was about to kutoka kwa ofisi, and nobody was deducted anything from their salaries at that time. So you can unanielewa? So those houses were constructed without funds from the taxpayer. I don't know if you're getting that. Uko bado nini mzalendo? Kama unanisikia? Can you hear me, mzalendo? Darius and
I
Ashley.
can hear you loud and clear. I'm just giving
So
time to.
so it's just ni kusema tu hiyo sticker imewekwa hapo sijui nini, but it is not by the, hiyo ni kuonyesha tu ilifunguliwa officially na the president of, but it is not. It's like you kujenga nyumba yako alafu uje ufunguliwe na president. Sitawekwa hiyo nini kwamba alifungua nyumba yako, but those houses were not created by, or rather constructed by the affordable housing scheme, the current affordable housing scheme. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Sijui kama umenielewa hadi hapo.
Nakuelewa. Darius, you wanted to say something. I'll play for you affordable housing under Uhuru. There under Ruto. There are so many that have been completed. Kuna zingine pale Kaloleni, Ololo. Kuna zingine hizi za nini ziko karibu kuisha. Hii ya Mkuru kwa Njenga is complete, almost complete, waiting for people to occupy. The one that there was this guy who was playing a video that the government is saying that kuna nyumba zinaendelea hapa na kuna kitu inaendelea. Then we brought the video, the housing that are going on. There are some things that this government has done that is good, that you need to give credit to. There are other things that it has done that is bad that we need to talk about.
We are not saying they haven't done anything. What we are doing is we are trying to point out that there are those things that we expected should have been done about the same within the same project, like rolling out in masses, whereby it would have provided more jobs to many Kenyans, and that would spur economic growth, which that is not the case. Number two,
I wanted somebody to explain to me what kind of economic growth that you wanted to be spurred. If people are people who are not employed, just hold on. When people who are not employed are getting jobs, and again when there are some people who are supplying these other units with material, that is something that already spurs the economic growth in that particular area. That money was not there. That money was not there. I don't know what kind of indicators you Yes.
You are half right and half wrong. I will explain myself what I mean by that. By half right, yes, you are right, but what you've explained that by all yenye umesema kuna suppliers blah blah blah, just like I said. But now, if that is done in mass, in large quantities, then a lot more people would be employed and a lot of money would be circulating, and a lot of people that are jobless would get jobs more than the ones that are currently employed by under these housing projects. Sijui kama umeelewa.
Najaribu kukuelewa, but kitu ile unaniangusha ni ya kuwa hizi manyumba zinajengwa kila mahali Kenya. Hizi supplies unasema in mass they are being done and listen,
if there are more houses, okay,
not more houses.
Let me put it in an easier way for you to understand. Assuming let's talk about sites, because hizi nyumba zimejengwa kwa sites. That is gonna be easier for you to understand. Now here, for example, like you've mentioned Mombasa, it's umesema ni wapi? Buxton, right?
Yeah.
If these houses were not only put up in at the site in Buxton, by the way, like again, put it in mind, these houses are not for the affordable housing project scheme. Just correcting you again.
There
But
is
assuming
this, whatever you
this is a
saw.
Uhuru, this is a
Listen,
Uhuru. Now,
listen.
number. Let me finish. Now, if affordable housing scheme ingeluko in other sites elsewhere, let's say Likoni, let's say Kwale, let's say Kilifi, let's say Malindi, the total number of houses that would be constructed will be more. The total number of people that will be employed kujenga hizi nyumba zingekuwa more. The total supplies ya masimiti na nini ingelikuwa, na quantity ya mawe na nini ingelikuwa far much more than just building or constructing in Buxton only. Sijui kama unanielewa. So economic activity would have been spurred in not only Buxton area, because that's just a site, small site. Sijui kama unanielewa.
Ndio najaribu kuambia
if it would be all over,
unaona hiyo video nimekuchezea, you need to also learn to list to watch hiyo video nimekuchezea hiyo ya pili, the president in a truck. Hiyo ni Mzimani iko Buxton. No?
Mzimani Kilifi.
Yes,
that's what I'm telling you. If they were in various sites, any sites mingi, it's not moja, like for example Mombasa iko na imekutajia Likoni, Buxton, sijui kama unaelewa, places mingi within Mombasa County. You go to Kwale, places mingi within Kwale County. You go to Kilifi, places mingi within Kilifi County. Go to Nairobi, places mingi within Nairobi. You go to Kisumu, places mingi within Kisumu County, like that. Not one or two sites. Because ukiona gava inapeleka pesa kwenda kuinvest kwa treasury bonds, ito wanasema absorption iko chini. You know, by absorption it means they have nowhere to spend that money. That's what it means basically. Sijui kama unanielewa. When they say absorption rate is less, is low than what is coming, they are collecting more money than the absorption rate. It means wamepata pesa mingi na hawajui place ya kutumia pesa. That's what it means in layman's language.
Yes,
so how can they receive more money na hawana place ya kuitumia? Why not them? Why not? So what was the point? Let me ask you. So what is the point of keeping on deducting more money? Because still as it is bado wanaendelea kudeduct watu pesa na hakuna mahali wanaweza kupeleka hiyo pesa. What's the point?
Well, I leave it to other panelists. Darius, hebu ingia hapo tusaidiane tusie maoni yako. But mimi maoni yangu ni you, as much as you want every site available, remember there's issue of land acquisition, there is the issue of demand, supply and demand.
So then why were they rushing? Why were they rushing to go for that project if they already did not have land in place?
No. Whatever the government is supplying is what they had projected for. Whatever you are saying is not what they had projected for. So that is what they are going with. In my own understanding, they cannot just start building houses, yet there is no demand. And this issue of housing was informed by data. It was not just Ruto waking up. That's why it started with Raila Odinga with the housing in Kibra. Then Uhuru came up with inaitwaje nyumba ndogo hizi nyumba za ziko hapa Ngara zinaitwa ndogo something project. Inaitwa
hizo nyumba zilikuwa zinaitwa nyumba 10.
Haikuwa inaitwa nyumba 10. Nyumba 10 ni security. Hiyo ilikuwa inaitwa kitu moja hapo Ngara hapo juu Darius. Hizo manyumba they've already been sold out and occupied by hiyo nayo ilikuwa project strictly for civil servants. They've already occupied them na wakaziuza. Now phase 2 of that project inaenda huko Starehe. Alright? Na hiyo ilikuwa sasa project sasa now Ruto coming into government. Those things didn't stop. They still continue. Buxton phase 1 was handed over by William Ruto. Phase 2 of Buxton is still continuing. Mzimani inaendelea hivyo. So ile kitu Black anajaribu kusema ni we should have very many sites za hizi manyumba. Sema.
No, Kenya uelewi Kenya Black anajaribu kuuliza. Black ana shida na hizi nyumba, hata mimi sina shida, ni kitu poa. But serikali haiwakigi hivyo. Wewe unataka kuonekana ni kama it was a continuous project. Hii si turnkey project. Project ya Ruto ni different. Project ya Ruto alikuwa anachukua pesa kutoka kwa mfuko watu by force, so long as you are working. Unakumbuka? Kwa pay stub. Hizo za Ruto na hizo za Uhuru na Raila, hizo ni government ilikuwa inaweka pesa kwa finance bill allocation ya hiyo project. Hii inachukuliwa kwa mshahara. Unaona ni kata 200, unakata Ashley 200, unakata Black 200. Kwa hivyo sisi wote tuko same. Lakini zile zingine, unajua hizo zenye umesema saa hizi zote, hao wakubwa wadosi walienda wakachukua hizo nyumba. Hakuna civil servant alipata, kwa maana zile kwa bei zingine, si kuna zile mpaka unasema za Pangani nazijua. Walikuja wakasema ati unaweka deposit sijui ya 2 million sijui nini. Nani ako na hizo pesa? Hao akina Nyoro na sijui nani wakaenda wakachukua hizo manyumba na wakakuwa landlord, wakaanza kukombolesha hizo nyumba. So dream ya Ruto ambayo ilikuwa poa sana ilikuwa ni anataka kufanya kitu cha public housing through the paycheck yenye sasa wewe utakuwa na right. Hata walikuwa wanakuambia ati you have a right to eventually own this house. Hii pesa zenye unatoa watakuja kukata baadaye, unaona? So huwezi enda ushikanisha hiyo na Backstones juu phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Hiyo alikill. So yeye alianza zake. Sasa unaona hizo zenye unatuonyesha, hakuna vile nyumba za Ruto zinaweza kuwa mpaka zishapakwa rangi ndani ya nyumba na kila kitu. It was a very big project. So wewe unatuonyesha za project tofauti kuliko ile yenye tunaulizia. Ndio maana kwa submission yangu nilikuwa nakwambia shida ya Ruto amekimbilia kufungua project za watu wengine na yeye atekeo credit. Na unajua yeye alikuwa na challenge vile akipata inchi. Alikuwa one na revenge mission kuonyesha yeye anaweza fanya job despite the fact nilikwambia for 5 years hakuenda kwa ofisi. Yeye alikuwa anachukua mshahara na anaenda ku campaign. So hakusaidia huyo mwenzake, yeye alidecide anamwacha yeye na campaign. So yeye hakukuwa kwa hii project kwa sababu alimwacha. So number 2, anataka kufikia order yao watu. Unajua kina Ruto na Uhuru na Raila ni watoto wa wadosi. Kama huyu amekufa juzi anaitwa nani? Wanjui. As tuli grow up tukijua ni wadosi mbaya sana, alikuwa na own Unilever. So the problem is hao vijana wa saizi akina Sudi na sijua kina nani wenye wana flow pesa, wanafikiri wanaweza amass pesa wafikie ya wale. Lakini ni ngumu sana ni kama tu venye mtu ametoka Homa Bay kama wewe ukuje Nairobi, hata ukikaa 40 years hauwezi fikia mimi mwenye nilizaliwa hapo. Kuna ukora tu na kushinda. So hiyo vita awache kungangana nayo. Hiyo basi ilimuacha. Kama ulizaliwa na baba maskini bado kuna deni mingi sana hujalipa. Kama mimi bado nalipa zingine. So wewe afanye tu kazi. But kama project za housing zinafanya kazi, mimi nampigia makofi, ajikaze afanye ionyeshe matunda. Kenya sio nataka tu kuona results. Ukisema hii project ilikuwa na data, hiyo data ndio hatuna. Ndio hata niliona Osama akiandika before akisema kama kuna kitu nzuri kama hii mbona tuonyeshwi. Juu Ruto anafaa tu kutuonyesha, tuambiangalieni hii kitu yenye mko mnalia imefikia hapa kwa national TV. Like Ashley showed us history ya mtoto akatuonyesha kutoka kwa TV itata tuliona hivi. Tunafaa kujua imeabsorb watu wangapi, imegenerate nini. Unajua projects that you take people's money are very delicate projects. You need to show the profit or loss account ya Kenya umefanya na hiyo pesa. So unajua kama mimi saizi watu wana kama most of the people that I used to work with, I think hata including wewe, walikuwa wametafuta pesa yao na loan, wamelipa na shida, wamenunua nyumba mahali huko Utawala or something. Bado waliambiwa shauri zenu, bado tutakata pesa ingine. Na wewe tayari umesha relax, umemaliza shida zako, una nyumba yako. Sasa pesa ingine lazima ujue hii pesa nimekatwa, sasa mimi what is at stake for me. Na hiyo ndio itakuwa challenge juu watu ni wengi wenye wamekatwa pesa, na uwezi kuja uchukue mzalendo umweke kwa nyumba yenye Darius ndo alikuwa anachangia. Darius atasikia vibaya juu ulimwambia yeye ndo anaweza kuwa na right ya kuchukua hizi nyumba. Hizi nyumba I think Ruto alikuwa na intention nzuri, but venye tu tumekuwa tukisema PS wake ule kijana alikuwa akiongea mnono hivi anatoka jasho mpaka microphone inajaa maji. I think wameishi ngambo sana, alikuwa amesijua na wanarudi Kenya alafu wanafikiria tu unaweza kukuja na ukuwe na projects mingi za Kenya ziko na shida kubwa sana, zinanga test run. Unaona Uhuru alijenga terminal bus pale juu karibu na Uhuru Park. It went into our waste. That was money that went into our waste. Hakuna gari wenda kusimama huko juu. So hizi vitu we really need to do a lot of research and feasibility study before towards a project. Hata uoga watu wengi to do with this project ya housing, which could have been a noble idea, was the fact that hakuna feasibility study ilikuwa merun, public participation ilikuwa inapuuzwa vile tu finance bill. Unakumbuka mpaka ukijamaa alikuja kwa TV mwingine akisweat, kila mtu anamuuliza maswali na shida vile ajibu. Sasa kama permanent secretary, who is the advisor to the cabinet secretary, cannot justify to you why you are putting up project ABC. So na watu watakuwa na shida hapo kidogo. But if it comes out to shock me that it is a good project, mimi hapo I'm all for good project. But kuniambia kulikuwa na planning was a little bit jittery. Just like hii hapa imeisha. Juu hiyo PS nakumbuka alisweat sana, he could not explain a lot of things, alikuwa anaulizwa na watu wenye wanakatwa pesa. Mimi personally sijakatwa pesa, so siwezi complain. But I know a lot of friends who work very, very hand manual jobs. So long as uko na payslip Kenya, pesa yako inakatwa housing. Kuna kwa gana hiyo saizi kwa payslip yako mzalendo. So hii huwezi compare na hizo mabackstone. Hizo hata wakina Uhuru labda walinunua zote kivyao. Kwa sababu kuna pesa ya mtu alichukua kwa mfuko, walikula pesa yetu in general kwa tax. So hiyo ndio challenge yenye Black anashanga, hizi nyumba ziko hapa hatujaiambiwa zimeandika 2 million people jobs. Hata juzi Gen Z wakienda kwa barabara, the president alisema hao watoto Kenya najua ni shida yao ni hawana kazi. Sasa mimi nasikia wewe unasema hapa hivi kuna manyumba zinajengwa sijui wapi, Mlimani sijui kwa Ngara nini. Wangeenda huko andika maengineer na manino kuja tuambie angalieni hii hata leo data iko hapa hivi. Tuko na watu wameandikwa kazi. Hao watu wenye wanatumia kujenga hizi nyumba wanapigiwa simu usiku wanaambiwa kuja kesho kazi ama nini? Juu hata hakuna advertisement kwa gazeti my brother mzalendo. Nashangaa na hii nchi yetu. Hii nchi yetu unajua mimi I was just a short story to divert. I was a procurement officer. And procurement venye inafanywa ingaji iko na ukora, una need at least a minimum of 3 quotations ndio uanze job. Venye nilikuja USA nilishangaa sana kwa sababu ukora ni very minimal, hakuna stories za quotation 3. Wanaambia tu mzalendo utafanya hii kazi. Hata kama utakula milioni 2 kwa hiyo pesa ya 20 billion, ile kazi utafanya ni nzuri sana. Lakini Kenya ni opposite. Project ya 20 billion watasukuma mtu wako apatiwe kazi bila hiyo procurement kufuatwa, na huyo mtu hiyo 20 billion badala hata afanye kazi nzuri ya 18 billion na kule 2 billion, yeye anafanya kazi ya 500 na nakula hiyo nyingine yote 19 billion and 500. So unaona hiyo inakuwa shida because either itakuwa ni poor quality ama poor management. Na hiyo shida ndio nakwambia amongst the problems that we were talking here saizi. Ukiangalia supplier venye analipwa Kenya na performance yenye anafanya iko na shida kubwa sana, na ndio hata most of the people have said here in the forum, it is not a juicy, it is not a Ruto problem, it is a Kenyan problem. Kenya really need to change. Unaona, my last example before I go, angalia huyu deputy president wa Kenya alisema ati Uhuru alifreeze 2 billion Kenya shillings zake. Ndio unatoa wapi 2 billion? Ndio unajua 2 billion ni pesa ngapi? It's a lot of money bana. Alafu not to forget alikuja kwa kaunti yangu penye kuna shida tayari, governor anakula pesa yote. Akasupply zile wheelbarrow zenye zilifanya nani karibu afutwe kazi. This guy huyu saizi amerudi tena kwa governor. That's how much Kenyans appreciate thieves. Huyu alikuwa speaker wa Senate, is now the governor again. Unakumbuka historia yake ya wheelbarrow? Si ni Gachagua alikuwa amesupply hizo wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow moja ilikuwa inauzwa sijui 85,000 na alisupply sijui wheelbarrow 200. Unaona, yaani unaangalia mtu kama huyu na anakuja hapa saizi kusema is a truthful man, is a honest man. Unashangaa yani tumekuwa watu wadogo tunadanganywa na watu kila siku ama tutamka siku gani? So hizo projects zenye tunasema zenye president wa saizi anajaribu kufanya kama kuna focus na kuna goodwill from the people that he has entrusted with those things to do, sisi we are at a wait to see na tunataka ikuwe nzuri. Mimi sitaki kuja hapa hivi niko outside the country nikawia nikae kama Miguna, nikirudi siwezi hata kaa Kenya. Hata ukiwachilia urudi unajipata tu umejirudisha Canada. Mtu anataka na ukirudi home unaweza survive na unaweza tulia na unaweza ishi na watu. Lakini sasa hizi umetesa kila mtu, hata ukiingia kwa ndege unaanza kudaiwa kutoka kwa airport. Hata huwezi pita ati umebeba hii lazima nikulipishe. Imagine unachajiwa kwa airport kabla ufike kuonana na watu wako. na watu wako pia wanangoja kutukamua, na ni serikali imekula pesa yao yote. Ni vigumu bwana, hata kusettle home bado na hizi ni vigumu sana. That's why mimi hujaribu sana, naenda na miezi 6 narudi huko Amerika. Juu nikikawia huko wanafikiria najenga pesa, na kumbe pia huku ndio bills zinanimaliza. Sasa tutatorokea wapi? We are lost everywhere. That's why tunaput serikali at ransom, na especially sisi watu wa diaspora, we really need to have a bigger voice because we are the biggest economic contributor Kenya. Pesa zote zinatumwa uliona ni mingi sana za diaspora, na bado hizo pesa ndio zinakulwa mingi sana, na watu kama kina Murkomen nao mnaona hapa walisoma hapa. Yes.
Let me cut you just for a second. You should know that diaspora remittance is the number 1 foreign income earner in Kenya right now. You should know that. Just continue.
Exactly.
Just refer to me.
Exactly. Yes.
Not tea, not coffee, not flowers.
Yes.
Remittance here, diaspora.
So hiyo ndio nilikuwa nasema Black. Yes. Remittance ya diaspora saizi ndio the biggest earner, ndio nilikuwa nasema tu exactly venye Black anasema. Na unapata hii pesa haikuwa accounted for, kama watu watakuwa wanachukua hizi pesa na kuja kukula. Kitu mimi nashanga, the leadership ya Kenya saizi 3/4 of them wamekuwa abroad thinking they are coming back to help their people, tena wanaenda kuwaibia. Ndio nilikuwa namalizia na huyo Murkomen. The guy went to Florida hapa hivi in the United States. Unatoka huku hivi unajifanya umeona vile governance iko, wewe si mwizi, unafika huko hivyo unasema hao wajinga wacha ni wakule, because you should go from where Murkomen comes from. Kuja wewe ametoka the most place in Kenya, huko hivyo penye ametoka huko Marakwet, awapeleki watoto shule, kuna market rustling. So yeye alikuwa asaidia watu wao, si kuja tena kuanza kufanya hao watu wenye anambeba kwa mgongo kuwatumia vibaya. Na ma MPs wengi sana wanafanya hivi. Na Kenya nilianza na hiyo statement, ni kama hatutaki watu wazuri. Ukiona kama ule governor wa Pokot, ule walimwangusha kwa kura, Lepo something. Me personally, I used to think he was a good guy. Alikuwa anaonekana a little bit clean. Alikuwa na projects zake alionyesha zilikuwa nzuri za kusaidia cattle rustling. Cattle rustling ilienda chini sana when he took over, but the people on the ground walidanganywa tena, wakafight wakamtoa. So saizi hata sijui mwenye aliyoko, hata I've never seen him. Cattle rustling imerudi huko like it never left. So I don't know if we are comfortable with the incompetence, or I don't know what is happening. Kenya needs really prayers, not these prayers za kula pesa za watu za ukweli. Thank you.
Deras huyo Olangapuong, hapana, that guy alikula pesa ya county sana, by the way, just so you know. He had very good PR.
I'm not aware. Ndio maana hii forum inanisaidia nijue.
PR yake ilikuwa mzuri sana, but in reality alikula pesa mingi sana ya county. That's the reason why he was voted out.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, hata ndio nimesikia. Sikujua alikuwa mkora. Alikuwa anaonekana kama, kumbe PR ilikuwa mzuri. He looked like he looked like somebody who knew. Na sasa kama huyo ni professor na pia anakula, then we are in trouble. Yeah.
When you see a leader talking a lot, it means he's covering something. We are pesa mingi sana. I know people there. I have close family members from that area.
Yeah, okay.
I know that.
Anyway, mimi saizi ndawawacha. Kesho naenda kazi huko hivi kwetu, hakuna holiday, lakini nashukuru. And I hope kesho kutakuwa na another forum ni join. It was very nice to learn from Black Capon and Ashley. I think she's a very tough lady. I hope akona mpango kwenda kusimama kura nyumbani siku moja, because she looks like she can deliver. Usikue women rep, wewe chukua tu MP, ngangana na watu kama Millie Odhiambo. You'll be a good leader. You are very tough and you are focused. Kama saizi nimeona umesema wewe msimamo yako ni Ruto must go. Simama tu hapo, usichenjiwe na mtu. Kila mtu ana msimamo yake na inakubalika, iko kwa katiba. Asanteni.
In fact, I have a question before you go. Gen Z are saying that they don't want a leader. So my question is, do you suggest, is that a good move, or should they have a leader? And second, if they don't have a leader, and assuming that they are successful in having Ruto step down, doesn't that become a danger because then they leave a vacuum?
And welcome back to Jeff Koinange live here at Citizen Television. On the bench today, Principal Secretary for Housing and Urban Development Charles Hinga, on the heels of the
Oh, okay.
Jibu
Somebody had
actually
blocked me.
kwanza,
Thanks.
then tunachezea hiyo
Thank
nini
you.
ya Inga.
Yeah. Hiyo swali ni nzuri sana. In fact, sikutaka jenzi wajue rika yangu sana, niliingia kwa many of their forums nione what their thinking is. And the reason they don't have a leader is a very, very good reason. You know, Gen Zs did not just come and say maandamano kesho. Hapana. Kumbe walijipanga na walijipanga vizuri. They knew if they had a leader, he will be a target of the government. So the confusion first for the government was, who will you arrest? That's why at some point the government was more confused than the coach of Manchester United. Yani walikuwa wanaenda wanashika leo mzalendo, tena wanaona si huyo, wanakimbia sijui wanashika kijana mwingine alikuja hapo kwa JKL, alikuwa na rasta, I think his name was Kiptum, who hata kwa venye alikuja kwa TV you could see he knew nothing about any governance. So they scattered the government thinking. Wale NCIS, our national intelligence, could not reach anybody because, first of all, when you have an agenda like this, you have to be faceless. Ni kama hacking of the internet. Huyu mtu hapatikani. Hii haimaanishi today there is no vacuum in the Kenyan constitution. If these kids pushed Ruto to the corner kabisa na ikuwe ata resign, there are parameters to it. In the country, if he ceases to be president today, the speaker takes over for 3 months while calling an election, and he can also constitute that IEBC like he promised within a week. So there is no vacuum there. But him seeing that wanataka kumsukuma venye aliweka military, we didn't want military is the next of choice if it is something that is involving war. It's a hostile takeover. But if it's not a hostile takeover, umewacha kazi kwa sababu umeshindwa, there is no vacuum in the Kenyan constitution. The speaker takes the leadership roles and he performs the roles of a president until 3 months are done, which is just 90 days. So within 90 days, they call for an election, and then we go back to the drawing board. That is if the current president decides to resign. But this one, the way I know, they will kill up to the last Gen Z before he decides to resign. Huyu anapenda sana power. Always. So just jipangeni after amemaliza.
The speaker you're talking about is even one Tangula. You know?
No, unajua dada ameruka akaenda kwa speaker lakini amesahau kuna Gachagua.
Yeah, people want them all.
The next in line.
I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't think
Gachagua is take over kama president hajakufa.
They're not targeting Ruto as a person. They are targeting not the team. It's the whole administration. Yes. It's not him. It's not Gachagua. It's just all of them, plus Musalia, plus Mudavadi, all of them, pack opposition.
Yes.
We want them to dissolve government.
Yes.
So
now,
that's what.
That is the thing. That is the big question. If everybody you want them out, and as per our constitution, the constitution never saw this crisis. So who is going to be lady? Who is going to reorganize government?
No, but the constitution is good. No, Ashley, the good thing about the constitution, that dream is okay. Our constitution is different from Tanzania. I mean, our constitution, the president and the vice president, it's the same ticket. So if he resigns, he goes with Gachagua. The speaker is a useless person, but he's not going to be the president. He's like a caretaker of the process of getting a new president. That is if the president resigns, because unless he's defeated in an election, if he resigns now, then just not to create a vacuum, which is dangerous, the speaker is only there for 90 days. Na si ati yeye anasimama kura. So yeye ni kama tu oversee, and then the process goes smooth and somebody else stands. Whoever wins becomes the president. I'm just explaining about the constitution. I'm not saying Wetangula is actually worse than whoever we have. So that's why Gen Z wamefika mahali wakaangalia the situation, wanaona tuvumilie juu miaka 2.5 ama 3 imebaki, alafu we get these ideas and do the right thing, ama we go now and wacha huyu mtu kama Wetangula who has been in the system and also knows how to steal, so he can just steal back somebody we don't want. So it is we are in a catch 55 scenario there, Ashley.
Okay.
You know that Wetangula, when the first order of business when they went to parliament was to increase their allowances. Na akasema they'll be always increasing, they're not going behind. So I don't see any, if we are just going to remove Ruto for him to hold office for 3 months, I don't see any change. I would see it as a waste, a zero-sum game. That's what it would look like to me. So unless they are dissolving the whole of that government, and then they were saying that they will people will become ineligible for up to 10 years, which I think it should be 25, for anyone that is in office right now to run again, and just drain that swamp completely.
Parliament?
Yeah, that's true. And also I'm not saying they remove Ruto. I was explaining to Ashley what happens when a president is removed. Stop looking at the president as Ruto. I'm talking about the constitution and removing a president. I'm not talking about I'm not saying remove him. I'm explaining to Ashley who takes over if he resigns, not actually resigns. Unajua, he's a human being. Sometimes unaweza kupata the pressure is too much. Na pressure inatoka kwa watu wengi. Bibi yako, watoto wako, familia, advisors. So you can decide to resign.
Darius, hii kitu ilikuwa simple sana. Why couldn't Azimio and Kenya Kwanza say now, we as MPs and senators, from today onwards, we have resigned and we are calling for fresh election?
The money is too good. Can't you see how they are swimming in money? They can't do that.
Instead of pushing the president to resign, they resign first. Everybody resigns. Yeah, and then the president now has got nobody to work with. He has to call for a snap election or an election to seek fresh mandate. That would be procedural.
Three quarters of those MPs, if not all of them, will not make it back to parliament. So they are protecting their pockets. So that's why the president is safe. So they are protecting their pockets. They cannot call for that. And Nick, you know how watu hii kazi ya MP Kwanza, some of them walishikwa mkono kuingia hapo, depending with what region you come from. So they will be very skeptical about
wewe tunakupeleka 2027 usalimie baba hii mtoto yangu, hii Darius hii yangu, hii mtoto lazima akue mjumbe wenyu ni mtoto mzuri.
Baba unajua the reason Kenyan politics is very sweet right now, Mzlendo. It's because of that baba. Vile baba alitoka na sasa baba ko age ya Biden, where he cannot come back unless he has very crazy advisors who would want him to come back. So venye alitoka kwa equation, hata huko Central penye walikuwa naambiwa usipigie baba, watakosa mtu wa kuwadanganya msipigie Nick kwa sababu ni mbaya. So hakuna mtu wa kupointiwa. Pia huko Nyanza penye watu wanasemanga wameshikwa mkono na baba, hakuna mtu wa kukushika mkono. So I'm really seeing the next elections kupata a little bit sober-minded MPs, because our MPs, most of them wamekuwa kitumika kwa jina tu ya huyo mzee. Kwa hivyo venye tu Biden wanaongelesha hapa Amerika, anaambiwa asisimame amezeeka, hata baba pia amesha retire, hata tumtoe kwa mdomo ya siasa hizi. So saizi the new order as your platform.
Did you see Raila at the Nini funeral of
is minus baba. Saizi ni Gen Z status quo.
I'm telling you, Baba wants to get back into the ring. If you didn't see him into the Kwanini funeral, did you see him in the funeral? No. Akiwaambia to keep fighting. To me, it looked like someone who wants to get back in the ring.
Yes.
You know,
No. He was commenting based on that lady.
No,
he was commenting based on that lady,
this is
the lady who tagged him on the Twitter, akasema baba usikuje tulia. So yeye alisema na wish well, but baba hatarudi siasa. Mimi personally I think hatarudi siasa. Amemalizana naye ya Kenya. Sasa anatafuta retirement benefit.
Sasa Darius, swali tu, Baba Raila, the later Jaramogi, may his soul rest in peace. Such an humble leader. Kenya tujawahi kuwa na kiongozi kama huyo. Alikuwa naishi Jerusalem with the locals. Raila is a complete opposite of the father. But if he's an opposite of the father, maybe he will retire at his prime as it's now. But if he can go on, then he will go on until probably dies, just fighting for the country or being a political leader. Remember, you know, these political parties are built on quicksand. That is what you need to know. We don't have political parties, but we have personalities that we follow. We have personalities that we follow. Kamba follow Kalonzo Musyoka in Western and Nyanza. They follow Raila Odinga in some parts, and in the coast region where is the stronghold. Today, if he moves to any other, it forms any other political coalition or political movement, people will still move there, and ODM will be dead, just like yesterday. So they cannot afford to have him out of politics, because without him in politics, there's no political party. That is the thing. That is why you see Jubilee members are really, even when Uhuru wants to go and watch Formula One in Monaco and enjoy what he wants to really enjoy, they still drag him in politics. We need you. Kuja, tunakuhitaji. Unaona? So siasa ya Kenya iko namna hiyo. If you go to my rural area where I come from, every talking point is Baba is not going anywhere. Even the leaders, that's what they say.
Yeah,
they say, yeah.
Ndio nasema hiyo ndio old school of thought. Saizi ndio nakwambia, saizi what Gen Z is advocating for is do away with the old. Now they want to start on a level that is different from how we used to think. Venye umesema hivyo ni ukweli. Unajua mimi na wewe when we were growing up tulikuwa tunaambiwa Moi akikufa nchi itaisha, because there is nobody who can be president apart from Moi. Saizi we have seen how many after him. Si nchi inaendelea tu. So saizi Gen Z wametuonyesha si lazima tukue na old politicians. If you have outlived your usefulness, you just need to go. Saizi baba haja outlive his usefulness, ameretire, amemaliza what he could have offered. Hii kazi ya Kenya ni ngumu sana kupatia mzee saizi venye siku za Jaramogi. So to me, my personal view is baba amemalizana, yeye amesonga. So saizi ni Gen Z versus status quo. So thinking has to be framed differently now. Kwa sababu hiyo siasa ya kina baba sasa imeisha. Me, I am coming from Busia, where my governor was a man called Ojamong. So Peter Ojamong. He has no, unajua Busia kulikuwa na airstrip that the first cabinet ministers were Kibaki were going to celebrate Mudi Awori's win as a vice president. Na ndege ikaanguka. That airstrip has never even been made. We are in the border of Uganda. He has not even made the road that goes. Yani, this guy 10 years, he just pocketed his pocket. Guess what this man said after 10 years, doing nothing? He went back to his village and said he wants to be an MP. You can imagine how selfish these people can be. Yani nakwambia, na akachukua ticket by force. Tulimtoa na nguvu. Hata ndio tukapatia huyu mama mwenye anaitwa Emase. Tukasema afadhali mama. Because this man is just, yani these people, if you don't stop them, they will, watakula tamu yao iishe. Venye wanaambia sasa Uhuru rudi na ulimaliza tamu yako ya constitution. That is what we are avoiding.
So long as they are young, they will always come around. Wanakuja, akimaliza governor, anakuja Senate, akimaliza Senate, wacha ni downgrade kidogo nifanye kazi kama MP. It is the money that they are after. and it's not about leadership. Guys, I think we come to a close of this wonderful session. Black is not there. I would have played this video for Inga, for him to, he really pressed me to look for this particular video. But I think we'll start with it tomorrow. Tomorrow we have another wonderful show. We will be looking into the war between Juan Gachagua and William Ruto. And, possibly tomorrow, Ashley, please come with your kind of cabinet that you'd want to see in the country, and Darius, the kind of leaders that you'd want to see in Ruto's government. Maybe from that he can borrow one or two. You never know. These leaders watch this particular program oftenly, and they get very, very good ideas, because first, most of us are not partisan. We love our country, Kenya, so much, and that's why each and every day Ashley has to pen something about the country. She has to look for time and come to Africa and share our views. We really appreciate you, Ashley. Please do be coming to Africa all the time, so that we can have these divergent views of things and how things should be done in our country. So, Darius, I really appreciate your closing remarks. Ladies first, Ashley.
Thank you so much for the forum. I enjoyed the discussion, and I'm going to quote, I don't know the person who had this quote, but I think his name is Modi. I think the Indian Prime Minister. And he said, mere good governance is not enough. It has to be pro-people and proactive. Good governance is putting people at the center of the development process. And I hope that will reach to our governance, Ruto and his administration, that putting people at the center of the development process is the beginning of good governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. Darius?
Yeah, also me, I want to thank you for the wonderful show. You know, they say information is power. So I always try to get more information into my system as I spew some to whoever doesn't know. And in that we end up building each other. What my parting shot would be a quote by Jamaican singer, very famous, called Bob Marley, when he said, when you're in a position of leadership, don't pop a champagne to share with 5 people at the expense of an ability to give water to 1 million people. That statement in itself just says, when you're given the position of a leadership, especially the main leadership, don't pick a few people and enjoy the share of the wealth of the country for a few people, and leave out the main people who are about 1 million who you could just give water instead of buying that champagne. Thank you very much. Tomorrow I'll come very composed. Today I was working, and I hope I will share more of what I think in the Gachagua and Ruto's current dilemma. Thank you.
Oh, okay, Darius, before you leave, maybe you can just listen to Kenya Maandamano Kamili. Karibu sana. We are just winding up. Maybe a word or two will do us some good. And tomorrow, jaribu kukuja very, very early, senior panelist, Kenya Maandamano Kamili. Tell us about the situation in the country, your projection. You have been a very, very strong advocate for a unified country, a tribeless Kenya. Finally, your dream has come true with the emergence of Gen Z. We have been in many, many forums when you are coming with the different names from different tribes of Kenya. But today, your dream was finally realized by this other generation. I knew you probably were not as anticipating that, but maybe you can share your insight. Kenya Maandamano.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mzalendo. I hope you can hear me well.
Loud and clear.
Yes, I'm somewhere that I cannot show up myself, but I hope you don't mind about that. I am the one. You can hear my voice, so you don't have to mistake who is the person. Nasalimia hawa ndugu zangu ambao wako hapo. Nimeona kuna Ashley, kuna huyo mwingine anaitwa Dario, is it Pizzo something. Na wasalimia wote na hata kusalimia wananchi wetu wa Kenya pahali popote wako, na Jency, my really beautiful, well done work, and I appreciate them very much. My name as Kenyan Maandamano Kamili. This will be a happy ending for me. I know I went all around the country calling out every name of our tribe, the flower of our country, the country motherland that I love so much. But at this very time, Kenya is in pain with all what they are going through, because we have seen things that we never expected. Surely, when you are trying to go and talk about your grievances, somebody the other side who knows has caused the grieves decides to use unthinkable, using weapons to beat you up after offending you. What do you feel? What kind of calamity that is in Kenya right now? We have lost lives, innocent lives, just because of this kind of bad thing that has been happening in our country. Our country need to grow, need to expand, and not even with the external forces, but within, so that we can realize that flower that we have in our country. We have cultures, traditions, we have tribes that need to, come together and let's exchange the ideas that we have from any culture. But what has gone on? Everything is being destroyed. Humanity in Kenya has been destroyed. Because right now, how many people are weeping? Friends, relatives, everybody, parents are weeping because of what has gone within a very short time. How about if it was a year? But this is after people becoming so lenient, so patient enough to wait until 2 years elapse with all these problems. But the time when you raise up your voice, you are killed. What does that mean? I was shocked to see that when people are trying to rearrange themselves to see how they can tackle this problem, the causer of the problem wants to be where people are sitting to talk about what is the next step. They want to hear what you are talking about. And actually, putting into my thinking, I didn't see the person being empathetic of what has happened. It's like that is bygones. And it is just the last night. Things happened so bad. But the following day, somebody is talking like nothing has happened. Let me ask you, Mzalendo, once you offend me and you don't show me mercy, it becomes even more bigger to me. And I feel like, really, why should not Mzalendo feel what I feel? At least even 20%. But you make it even more for me, feeling more angered because you don't consider me that you have offended me. You still want to associate with me like any other time, business as usual. It is very, very sad in our country right now. Na hii mambo yote imetokeleza. Hawa watoto ambao wamejitokeza, I am praying that they work together until a happy ending happens. Because that will be the only point that we want to reach and then clear up our country, which has been having a covered wound that never been healed. When you look at what these children are talking about, it's a covered wound that has never healed. Because every part of the country, whichever side I went with all these names that I was bringing here, they are all bitter. One point, one aim, one goal. Ruto must go. Why? Because what they have experienced, it has never happened. And when they think that it was going to heal, as per the promise that were being promised, it didn't work. Even it became more worse. Now, we hear so many things that are happening in Kenya, which are unheard of, that we owe. And we are seeing people here enjoying money like they work so hard than anybody else. This wanafanyaka kazi zao mashambani usiku na mchana, sisi tukiwa tumelala. Ndio wamekuwa na hizi pesa zote. And then I come to ask myself, you are calling a debt, and somebody here is carrying money in a bag, going to pour it in one point, while there are people who don't have food on the table. What kind of show is this? What kind of a game is this? Kenya need to wake up now. This very moment is the right moment for us to liberate our country. Sisi hatuchukiani, honestly. Wakenya hawachukiani. Mimi nasema hivyo mbele ya Mungu. I know Kenyans love each other. The only thing that has come is those politicians who have worked so hard. Instead of working so hard to support their constituencies, they are working so hard to separate people, to divide people according to their region. And that is not a good thing. Even to God, you are a sinner, evil person, completely. So when I see these people, when they are talking the way they are talking, with a lot of kiburi, with a lot of show, like they came from their homes being rich, and they forget that we are the employer, and then they spit on us. Surely, you can't spit on me. You can't spit on me when I know I am paying you. The only thing is to tell you, pack and go. Leave my business. That is how we should do it. Because you don't deserve to be in that job simply because you have come, umeanza kuwa na kiburi, nani anakulipa, ni mimi, na unaanza kunitolea masharti, toka uende. That is how Kenya should be right now. And we should not waste time, because these people don't deserve respect at all, because they don't even respect us. We never put them there for free. They're not working for us for free. They are getting a lot of money. The money that we are working so hard to be taxed so much so that they can get every month pay. Na hawajiulizi, hizi pesa tunalipwa nazo zinatoka kwa nani? Kwa wananchi ambao walituchagua. What do I do? What do I have to do so that to pay back? Those people don't care about that. Wote ni watu wa kusema utadu. Hiyo mambo yao yote inakuwa ni hivyo. Upendo wa watu ambao waliwachagua hakuna. Heshima hakuna. Ni kama ugonjwa tulijiletea sisi kwa kuchagua watu kama hao. And that brings to me that maybe these people were not elected. They were handpicked. Sababu kitu umelimia, ukafika pahali ukaona ati nimefanyia kazi na nguvu na nini, utaheshimu. Lakini kitu hujachoka kuitafuta, honestly, utaitumia bure kabisa. And that is why you see these people using so much money to put a watch of 2 million or whatever amount on their hand. Na si nguo, watch. Your watch in a cover how big space on your body. Very minor part of your body. Na unaona mtu anatumia hizo pesa zote ukijua kabisa kuna mtoto hajaenda shule. Na ni kwa sababu ya nini? Maybe 3,000. Na wewe umetumia millions kuweka hiyo saa kwa mkono. Why can't we be human? Why can't we be reasonable? Tumeona watoto wetu wameuawa, na wameuawa wakiwa wanasema sitaki, hii maneno inaenda vibaya, unakuja unamshoot, unamnyamazisha. Kwa sababu wewe ni nani? Who are you? Okay, we want to make economy grow. Hao watoto umeua 40. Maybe if you have employed them, they would have contributed taxes towards the debt that you are crying every day. What have you done? You have reduced it. We forever and ever, amen. It will never come back. Ukiangalia sasa michezo kama hiyo inachezwa Kenya, unajiuliza hii ni nchi ama ni war zone? Tunawezaje kuwa ati sisi tunafanya kazi ama tunaumizwa kwa nchi yetu? Hatujaenda kwa nchi ya wenyewe, tuko kwa nchi yetu, na unazidi kutoa amri watoto wauawe. Wameuawa, wale wamebaki sasa wanafanya kikao, unataka kuingiza miguu hapo ndio ati muongee na wao, sijui uwafanyie nini. How about if you killed them all? Whom would you be talking to? Hawa ni bahati tu wameponea, kwa sababu labda bunduki hazikutosha, labda maaskari hawakuwa wengi wamalize hao watoto, labda bullets hazikuwa enough za kumaliza hao watoto. Wale wamesurvive, hutaki waongee mambo yao, wajipange, wajue vile watapanga mambo yao ya maisha ya baadaye. Unakuja unaingia hapo, unataka ati nitaongea na hawa watoto, nataka nisikie shida yao. Unasikia shida yao ya nini? Sikiza shida ya wale wamekufa. Do what you can for those who died. They are dead, they are gone forever. Mzalendo, I'm looking at my country and I'm seeing, I believe one day, one time, this thing will haunt somebody and he'll kill himself or he'll be killed by anybody else because of being useless and evil in our country. Sijawahi kuona mtu anaweza kutumia kicheo chake kuumiza watu ambao unalilia, uliwadanganya, uliwafanyia hivi, unawafanya hivi, and yet you want to involve yourself in it so that to make them listen to you. Listening to you for what? You are eating them, you are drinking their sweat, you are drinking their blood, you are using their energy all over. Na bado unateta tuko na deni. Deni ya nini? Hatuna deni. Watoto wetu wameilipa. Ile imebaki ni yake. I'll stop there, but I'll say the new order of the country is Ruto must go. We have no time to waste with this guy. He has tormented so many souls, na bado anaendelea, sababu ile uchungu hawezi isha. Kwa sababu nikiangalia nione kaburi ya mwanangu ambaye ameuawa, inanikumbusha huyo mtu. It will never end and it will never end. Amen. Mungu awabariki, na tuombe hawa Gen Z. Pahali walitoka ni Mungu tu alileta huo mzizi uliokuwa umebaki chini na sasa umekomaa. Tuendelee kuwasaidia na tuwaweke nguvu. Tuendelee to liberate our country, my motherland that I love. Thank you, Mzalendo, you know that. I love my country. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks, and we are also all grieving for the nation and for the loss of life to the families who lost their loved ones. We really sympathize with your situation. We hope that this will be a learning experience for the government and the future government and the future generation, that indeed people can have a peaceful protest and make things done and change for our country. What I appreciate about this movement is that it has brought the government of William Ruto to its knees to realize that there have been mistakes, not only in Ruto's government, but the previous regimes and all and the audits of the debts that we have as a country are now coming to light. For the first time, you will be able to know how much we owe as a country and how much we need to pay back. So as Darius had said, and so many other people on the panel had said, kama ni deni tuko nayo, wacha tuambiwe ni how much na tuanze kulipa shilingi moja moja. Black, you are back. Oh my God. You guys, you don't want me to end this show. Darius, pengine, you comment on what is happening in Europe before Blacks comes in. Ndio hiyo, England has beaten Switzerland 5-3. Netherlands 2-1. I think we're going to have a final. Darius. Hii game ya
Hey,
Euro.
we are moving to soccer.
We are just winding up, and I think if you want anything to comment about whatever Kenya Mandamano Kamili has said, maybe a word or two. We have done almost 7
Yeah,
hours.
actually, I just sent you a video. It's a 1-minute video about, first of all, hello, Kenya Mandamano. Glad to meet you. Brother Benson, it's been a while. Also glad to meet you.
Thank you
Debate.
so much.
Asanteni nashukuru. Darius, we've been here together. Zalendo, I just sent a video about Kenya's public debt. Our own Auditor General, Nancy Gathungu, has no idea what our public debt is. So I'm wondering what the task force that has been formed is going to be doing there. So maybe perhaps you can play that video about umetumia links. Sijui kama umeiona hapo kwa chat. Have you seen it?
Yeah, Black
So
nimeiona wewe.
it's a 1-minute clip. I'm wondering if we are forming a task force by persons ambao walikuwa wamekelea pale ya president of LSK mwenyewe pia alikataa to be included in that task force, but in it kuna mkubwa wa IPAC wa accountants wa Kenya, and the other one is mkubwa wa engineer. So I'm wondering what will these people achieve when the Auditor General, Government Auditor General, is unable to ascertain how much we owe as a nation. So please, if we can play that clip, then we can also just deliberate on that. It would be great. I'll appreciate that.
And in other news, stakeholders in the civil society fraternity have called for greater transparency regarding Kenya's debt. Civil society organizations are pushing for the National Treasury and Parliament to grant greater public visibility on Kenya's stock of public debt. This comes against the backdrop of growing concerns over Kenya's debt sustainability, especially in view of the prevailing environment where the shilling has depreciated and heightened external debt vulnerabilities. Civil society organizations converged on Monday morning at the inaugural National Debt Conference.
This is where the problem lies. Odious debt. That's what is killing this country, not genuine debt. The law is very clear. You must tie your expenditure, your borrowings must be tied to the kind of expenditure you want.
We've always worried about what is our true debt stock. The recent statements by the Auditor General shook us even more, because if the Office of the Auditor General cannot ascertain what our debt level is, you can imagine.
Saving.
Yeah, so that's what I was trying to say. Imagine Auditor General wetu cannot ascertain what is our true debt which we owe as a nation. What is that task force going to do there that was formed by our president? That's the question I'm asking my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Well, let me welcome Brother Benson. Habari gani? Na utuambie unatusikiza kutoka wapi bwana? Your mic, please. We can't hear you. Your mic is off.
Brother Benson, mic yako iko off. Turn it on. You're on mute. Unmute it.
I know what is happening to Brother Benson. You are from your show. Your settings on your StreamYard is completely different configured. I try and put it on default so that you can come back. We can't hear you still, Ben. We can't hear you. Kenya Mandamano Kamili, you wanted to comment on something. Go ahead.
Zalendo, I just wanted to comment about the LSK lady who was being, being brought close to be on that committee, and she declined, which I was very, very happy for her to decline, because these are places whereby you don't need to put your toes, your feet, your fingers in. Wacha Ruto ajikaange na mafuta yake. Because the moment you guys, you go there, you start to become like glued on him, because he has to completely control you, what you to say, what to do. And there's no need. Huyu mama LSK amefanya kazi yake ya heshima, na tunamheshimu na tunamshukuru sana kwa ile kazi yote amefanya. Asijipake matope hata kidogo. Sasa sahi wale ambao walikuwa kwa hiyo kazi, Auditor General, wale wote ma financial whatever institution zile walikuwa wanafanya hii habari ya pesa, wakae chini wafanye kazi yao, watupe jibu. Waache kuinvolve any other person outside that perimeter. Because once other people come in, now there will be some other built up, dirty things, and then we will not find who did this, who did that. Let them cook themselves. Let them give us the answer. Let them tell us we ate all the money. So Kenyans, be ready to pay this money, because we used the money to buy chopper, to buy airplane, to buy watches, and so the money is not there. But don't bring other innocent people, clean people, to dirtify them. That is my take, Mzalendo. Asante.
Hello, Mzalendo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you are okay now. You are
okay.
very much okay.
Thank you so much. Sometimes it's not very easy. Black, thank you so much for your support, because I always see you support me big time. Thank you so much. To me, what I would say about if the Auditor General does not know how our debt is, it means maybe there are even some money that is coming or coming into the government or going out of the government without her, not passing through her. Because like she should know, as somebody who is handling the accounts or the books of the country, if you cannot know maybe even what we are spending and what we are getting, it means that even maybe he herself, she's not given the full information by the government, And one thing that I also would say, what is ailing every part of the department in government is about leadership and accountability and incompetency. Yeah, if all those can be fixed, then we can be at a better place. That is what all I can say.
Thank you, Brother Ben. Thank you so much for that. And Karibu Sana, we have missed your contribution on Africa 24. I hope you're doing well on the other end. Yeah, and Darius, if you have something, Black, before Darius comes in, Black, you played this particular video. You really wanted me to play it. This is something that has been on the public domain. I remember Parliament summoning the former Auditor General to Parliament, and this kind of scenarios have been in Parliament for a very long time. It's only that we don't get information about the report, because each and every time the Auditor General has to appear in Parliament and discuss the situation of debt in the country. So that really happens. So I don't know who is sleeping on the job. Is it Parliament, the people of Kenya, the President, or the Auditor General?
You know, Mzalendo, the Auditor General's work is just to audit. Basically, you can, in a layman's language, you can just say kazi yake tu just to investigate about your bookkeeping and tell you whether they are rightly logged in or not. You know, that's all. Theirs is not to enforce something. Treasury, on the other hand, is the one that enforces these things. Auditor General kazi yake tu ni kukwambia, okay, out of the monies that came in, this is much that came in, this is what went out, this went to this went to this, as per the books. And if they find any discrepancies, they'll tell you there are some discrepancy in this. These books do not make sense because this money cannot be accounted for as per what. That's all. So we cannot blame the Auditor General for the way money has been misused. Theirs is just to point out. Then the other relevant government agencies or institutions or ministries are supposed to take over. Ni kama tu vile judiciary kazi yake tu ni kusema okay, you are guilty or you are innocent, but then the police are the ones now to enforce, to take you to jail.
But Black, you are auditing on you cannot audit if you're not given the documentation. You know, you have to be given this is what we spent, and this is correct. Yeah, which means maybe the Treasury is not giving the Auditor General the information that he needs. Yeah, the receipts.
Yes. They're basically, while she's trying to reconcile the books, they do not add up. That's what happened. That's what's happening, because she's not been given the relevant receipts or invoices to tally with the monies. You see, so I cannot blame her. I will only blame Treasury, because they're the ones who receive this money. They're the ones who handle this money. They're the ones who disburse this money. So Zalendo kisema kwamba Auditor General kuna shida, I would disagree with that. I would point the finger to Treasury, because they're the ones who run our accounts for the nation.
Just to add, to say something real quick based on that, maybe if you dig a little bit deeper, you'll remember the government of the day tried to trump up some charges to the Auditor General, that lady. They even arrested her in Mombasa, and the charges didn't hold, claiming that she bought lunch. They looked for a mistake to try and get her out of the way. But then, you know how Kenya works. People from her region called for press conference. And when this happens in Kenya, the old order was people from your region come and say mnaguza mtu wetu nini nini, so sides of the divide. So the government of the day got scared of doing away with her, because she has proved to be very. So now it brings you to the question: what is this that is so much wanted to be hidden, that when you don't operate the way the masters that be want you to operate, either you go missing, or they make sure they violate all your rights until you either quit or you resign. But she decided to stay on, and she always comes to on TV and she says what the frustrations that she has gotten. And just as I finished, because I had finished initially until Maandamano Kamili came, and she had really tough points. I heard them. The thing that I was saying ahead, and I've even seen from the comments, I think, awesome, what you are not understanding, when you have constitutional binding offices that deal with the credit situation of a country, which would be the Auditor General and the offices that I named to you, 3 departments in the National Treasury. There is no way again you call a commission to come and go and look at what the audit is. You see, even in the composition of what the president was trying to bring was almost a joke. The lady of LSK is not an accountant. How is she going to audit? She's a lawyer. So it is like you're trying to compromise people because you know that post will never have a sitting allowance. You might say, since I'm getting sitting allowance for doing nothing, this is a Kenyan theory, I'll just do it. The days of commission of inquiries have gone. That's what I was just trying to say when I started. So you can clearly see the problem of the finance bill and the inaccuracies is well known by the government. And they will go through whatever means to cover what they're trying to push into that bill. I'm so glad Kenyans are nowadays educated, so they are going bit by bit. Once they get this bit by bit, we might not need this audit. We'll just say remove this, and this. Because now we have a voice to say before the status quo win back 90% of the command of what they want to do, they have realized nowadays if you push, the country can go to the dogs. So now it is very important to listen to people, do the right thing. If you can't hide the crime that you're about to commit with the people's finances, then you might get in trouble. So we will see eventually what will come out of this, because the Auditor General herself, she's complaining she's going to work and she's not being given the job to do, because that is the job we pay her to do. And I was even explaining here that those directors that are heading those ministries that I told you about, the public debt, none of them earns less than 500,000. That is almost $1 million plus their per diems, because they are all over the country, because they audit all the counties that are in the country, which is 47. So the money that they put in their pocket in a month is a lot of money to just tell them, don't do anything. We are bringing the LSK chair to do your job. No, unless you fire them, then you put these ones, that's fine. But they are there, and then somebody else comes to do their job. I don't understand. You can let them give us their report, and if you don't agree with it, get external auditors to audit what they audited. That is how accounts operate. Not this style of getting Mzalendo, who is just a content creator, to come and audit books of accounts he has no idea of. Yeah, thank you very much, and asante sana Bro Benson. Show yako siku gani uniambie nikuje niwafundishe vile mambo inaenda. Even I already know the winner.
my show is Brother Benson Media. You can find us on on YouTube. Maybe Mzalendo, maybe this might be my thought. The reason why President might have appointed the advocate for the LSK, the lady, maybe the performance that she did during the protest, how she was very, very, very much involved in it. So maybe by President putting her there could have kind of give a face value, like now that seriousness. But I don't think she was there as somebody to deal with account. It was maybe to give that that committee a good face value in the public eye. Maybe what I might think.
Can I say something, Muzalendo, just on that point?
Yes.
What Benson has said. I don't think, let me disagree a bit with you about LSK being put there. You know, I would say this government don't want to see perfect people doing their perfect job. They want to compromise them so that they get out of what they are doing best, and that is going against their will. Because for one, they feel somehow taken away because of the lady, the way she's doing the work against them, because it is against them. supporting these protesters and trying to be vigilant. Where did this guy taken? What happened to this guy? Going to court, all this. These people are not for the government that she's working for. It's the people who are crying for their problems, the people who have grievances against the government. So he want to cripple her. He want to hamper her energy of going to do her job diligently. And maybe he also has heard that she is really doing her job devotedly. And so he want to curtail that kind of a person. Look, I want to put this example. Remember the time when he said every penny, every money will be channeled to central bank. What was the meaning? This money is channeled on one line whereby he can be able to monitor, whereby if he want money, he knows who to tell, can I have such kind of amount of money? Right now, remember during Uhuru time, there was this guy called Rotich. Rotich was in treasury, I think in central bank, I suppose, either central bank or treasury. Rotich, so much money got lost. And he had a case to answer and he was taken to court. Rotich had been out of work, just being worried what will happen to him. Where was this money going to? Now, after this new government came in, Rotich was brought back. The case was withdrawn. The money which was stolen during Rotich time was lost. There is no case. Now, right now, as I want to answer you about taking anybody on the road and bringing to a certain job whereby you have no experience. Rotich now is being put as an advisor of the president who is on the seat. You see, all these things are being cooked. So maybe even LSK, maybe I'm thinking, could have gone there and then be assessed by this guy who is so cunning and then tell her, no, don't do whatever you are doing. I'll put you on this seat and I'll be paying you this money. So now, those people who have grievances, they have nobody to stand with. That is how these people are doing their thing. And it is a very dirty thing. If you are a president, let people be experienced on their career so that we can conquer our way of how to streamline some things. You may need the person tomorrow. When you curtail the experience of that person, what are you doing? You are spoiling somebody's career just because you are a master of bad things. That's what I can say, Mr. Benson, just to reiterate just a little bit to you. Asante sana.
Thank you, because I agree with you on what you said, because to me, it's the same thing that I was saying, because this lady was working so hard, and like now she has that followers on the Facebook, or I mean on the internet, and everybody loves her. So by her being there, and based on the current situation where we are, so if somebody sees that on the face value, somebody would say, okay, then president is now appointing competent people to work on the debt. But in the real sense, maybe sometimes it can be a way in which to compromise her in the other end. But on the face value, it was kind of like to tell the people sending information out, okay, the president is now doing a good job. That's my take. It's still the same thing.
I agree with you, Benson. Thank you
so much.
I think we had visited this point earlier on in the show about the LSK chair lady. And we are missing the point. We are guessing that we are on a fishing expedition for anything to tarnish what looks as a good exercise by the president or by the regime to try and clean up the mess. It is anchored in law that the Auditor General, the Office of the Auditor General, is the one in charge of all government expenditure, central government expenditure, and county government expenditure. That is the work of the Auditor General, to audit, to check the excesses and the misuse of any of any of the government. Now, where the LSK lady comes in and says, these people or myself being appointed in this commission is against the law. First, because we have a constitution office, a very independent office. When you see the office of the Auditor General, know that that office cannot be interfered by the presidency. So whatever Ruto is doing might have been on good faith, but not anchored in law. So tomorrow, Benson or a content creator, the way Darius put it, like Mzalendo is a content creator, would go into court. Mzalendo is the only one who can, Darius is the only one who can call me that, not anybody else. I can go to court, tell court that this whatever outcome of this of the president of this commission is illegal. This office is illegal, and the court, since the courts in Kenya are also independent, they will rubbish everything, or they will halt that commission halfway. So Nancy, the LSK chairman was within the law by saying no, it can't happen like that. We have got offices that are mandated to investigate. The Law Society company is not an audit company, and she's not a professional in that field. Remember, it is like telling Mulamwa or that guy Nuru Okanga to come and sit in a commission to audit the debt in Kenya. So it is that serious when you look at it. Let me just put it that way. It is like that. Yeah.
But Mzalendo, let me just ask you, because I hope and I believe that President has legal advisor, including Attorney General. How could President just do that without involving the legal advisors? Because even on recently, there was also a ruling that was made, especially when I don't know which county was it that wanted to hire independent audit to be done. Yeah, and the ruling was they can call upon the office of the Auditor General. I think it might be Natembea, somebody, one of the counties, and they were told to call the Auditor General to do that because that is his job. Does it mean that the legal officers that are surrounding the president did not advise him, or he ignored the advice?
Now, the thing is, when it comes to county accounts, it is done by an integrated system called IFMIS. IFMIS was introduced by the government so that they can monitor any transactions that is done in the counties. So it is easier for an auditor to go to the county government and look into the IFMIS records and check where there are excesses and what is projected by the county in their books. That was how government is supposed to audit the county government. But now, what county governments have done, they bypass the IFMIS, and some of them illegally. If your county out there has opened an M-Pesa pay bill number, know that that is illegal. The county government cannot collect funds through M-Pesa. That is very, very illegal. The county government funds cannot be on an individual account, because if you want to open a pay bill number, you have to have your ID there and all that. If a governor is also a signatory to any financial account in the county government, that is also illegal. So these systems work. These systems work. It is only that human beings, the way we are wired, me, you, and so many other people out there, a few of us are very, very clean, but majority of us are only waiting for their turn to steal. That is the way it is in Kenya. Karibu sana Black.
Yeah, You know, it is strange that, like you mentioned, kwamba some counties like Garissa, they were still writing invoices on paper receipts. That was part of the report that the Auditor General brought about counties and their lack of proper accounting. So you can imagine how much money has been lost just by failing to follow the guidelines and procedures of bookkeeping. And the problem here is these people do these things. It's not like they don't know that it is wrong. I believe they're aware, but it's very sad that I think, in my belief, is that they know nothing will be done to them. Because if they had the fear of the punishment that would come along as consequences for not following the procedures in that practice of bookkeeping, trust me, these things will not be happening. Now, the big question is, who is this that gives them this security not to fear the punishment that would come along with taxpayers' money not being accounted for and disappearing in thin air just by the fact that proper bookkeeping practices are not followed? That is the question that I think we should ask.
What? Darius, can you go?
Mbona waogopi? Because wanajua wanafanya wrong. It's not like they don't know. Wanajua. But ni nini ambayo inawafanya hawaogopi?
Can I say something, Zalendo?
Yes, Mandamano Kavili, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I concur with the Black and what he is talking about. Look at the government, which is complaining that they owe money. They have a debt. How would you account your debt when you are not even able to account what is in your country or to audit in your country? How much do you know you owe? That means even this debt they're talking about, they don't know how much they owe. It's very serious, and we need to know as soon as possible, because actually when you lose track of something that you owe in the bank, it's whatever amount, it's this amount. I don't know what you are doing. This is not a kiosk. This is a government whereby they ought to know each and every, because every office has got somebody working there. There's a location. I mean, somebody identified, this is what you do. The other one is identified, this is what you do. In the long run, in a final analysis, they get together and they get the conclusion of how much was spent and how was it spent. But at this juncture, whereby debt, every day the song is, we have a debt. How much do you owe when you don't know how much you have spent or how much you have? This is a big thing in the country, and we need to know as soon as possible. Asante Mzalendo.
Black, Mzalendo, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Sometimes
Okay,
just go ahead.
There's something that Black has said. The reason why maybe, especially like most of the governors or any other leader involved themselves in corruption and they know that they might not be persecuted, one of the main reason is insufficient investigation. The agencies that are charged with the mandate of investigating, they don't take time to investigate, because most of the time we've seen where you've been accused of maybe stealing some money. Then before even they do investigation, you are arrested, you are taken to the cell. The following day, you are taken to court. Then they request for maybe 3 or 14 days to do investigation. So you find that one does not make sense, because in the process of now doing investigation, you can buy out your freedom. So I think if they've realized that, okay, so and so is kind of like misusing the public resources, they have to make sure that they do the investigation until every evidence they have. Now, when they take you to court, these adjournments, are not there. Because take example, for example, the Kimwarere and Aror dam, the money that was there. The suspects were arrested, taken to court. They were taken to court. They were saying we are still doing investigation. At the end of the day, there was no sufficient evidence to pin them down. They say it was political. Another thing is about favor from especially people who are close to power, especially influential, because when they steal this, or when they misappropriate the funds for the public, they know maybe somebody is closer to the president or somebody is closer to somebody. They will delay this, and they know very well that nobody is going to take that accountability. Nobody is concerned about those. And they take long time in court. Another thing is punishing the small fish and leaving the bigger fish. You find there's a corruption somewhere, maybe in the office of the governor. The people who are going are maybe the accounting officers, but in real sense, you will find like the accounting officers, sometimes what they did, even sometimes you might find that even their signatures were forged, but the money has gone with the big fish. By the time investigation is done, they will tell you, oh, we did not find sufficient evidence, and the money is gone. So I think one of the measures maybe that can be put in place is to fund the agencies that are given the mandate to do the investigation, and they should not, maybe if they're doing investigation, they should not align it to political. Also politics also play side. You can remember very well, I don't know whether you know the former governor of Siaya, Rasanga, when they wanted to arrest him, what did he say? He called the name of the Baba by then, So this how it works. Look at even who was it? This MP is called who was in the May scandal?
Waluke.
Yeah, remember Waluke? When Waluke when he was running, he was supporting the Azimio. But when his case came, what happened? He changed the tune. So those are the things that are making what you're saying to take place. Power, insufficient investigation, punishing the smaller fish and leaving the real culprits. That is what is happening.
I think there is no independence in the institution, whichever case, because if it's about, let's say, for example, governor himself, like let's say, governor who may be having a certain amount of money and then misappropriate, and then here comes that he is found that he has misappropriated the funds, and then he is taken to court. As you have said, when he goes to court, by that time is that like they have not done investigation, it's like alleged. Then he goes to court and then they say that we are going to do the investigation to see how to prove he's guilty. The moment they get out of the court, things changes. This is where we are failing, because they come out like friends. When they were in court, they were not together, but when they come out, they are friends. And once they become friends, that is where they square up how we're gonna work it out so that there is no evidence, then I can be left out. Once things work that way, we will never ever win any case in a country, and money will be going. Look at this Linturi time of this fertilizer. Of course, there was a lot of money in it. Now, when the case came, Linturi was to be found guilty because of selling this fertilizer. This fertilizer already had earned a lot of money because people bought and put in their stores waiting for the season to start planting. So already the money has been collected by the government. Now, when we come and start looking for Linturi for evidence to see that he's taken to jail or he's taken to court to have a case done, it is paralyzed. Why? Because he has got other people who are backing him, and maybe other people who they have shared this kind of money. I would say that because how comes everybody who is, do we have all these clean people in our country? Are they all clean that when they are caught that they have done this, they become clean? They have not done that. Who did it? Surely, who did it? And the money is not there. So these are things that I'm saying there is no independence in the country. Everybody is like, we are together. When you steal, let me know, which is very bad. We need to have independency of every office. When you bring your LPO, I'll check, then the next person will check, and then the other person pays you or clears you. Then those are filed, that we can be able having the trace of the money, how was it spent. But you cannot be, there is no LPO. You come, I give you an amount, I put in a bag, you carry it out. That money is gone. Definitely, if I have a 10,000 and I've given 5,000 out, it is 5,000 remaining. How am I going to account that 5,000 to show the evidence that I did not take that money? These are all crooked things that are happening in the country. And when we come to trace the money, that's when now people start crying and saying, I didn't do it, I didn't do it. How can we prove it? No way, because there is no independency of every office so that they can, exonerate themselves from that dirty game. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mandamano Kamili. Let me welcome for the first time, I don't know whether it is the first time for Leon Kenya. Leon, please greet the panelists and tell us where you are listed, where you are tuned in from. And if it is your first time, Karibu Sana Afrique 24. Make this your home station on YouTube. Karibu, Leon Kenya. Yeah, unmute your mic. You had unmuted and then you muted it back. Unmute your mic, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we can hear you now.
To listen. I'm listening to the conversation.
Yeah.
I live in Nakuru, and I contribute and be of any value. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. Yeah, you need to be a bit audible so that we can get what you said. You are listening and tuned in from Nakuru. Tell us what is happening in Nakuru. We'll be glad to hear if the governor of Nakuru is doing a good job. We need to hear from you now that you're on the right platform. Leon. All right, Leon, we can't hear you. We can't hear a thing. It's like you are still in bed. Sawa, skiza tu. Darius, you've been quiet for some time. Say something. inakaa watu wameanza kusinzia. Ben, I think Darius has been here for the last 7 hours. So we've been having this conversation for the longest time. I think this is the longest time we have been online, 7 hours, 30 minutes, just discussing our country. We love Kenya so much. We want to see things change. Whatever we can change when we discuss them in these particular forums, watu wanasikiza kule nyumbani and they make the right choices. We were talking about the county governments and the corruption that is going on. One thing that people are not talking about is that we have county governments that are very tribal. They are tribal based, run by one community and one political party. All right. And if they decide to manipulate, even in their debate or even in their locations, they can do that very, very successfully. But what the Constitution of Kenya, what the Constitution did not address is diversity in the county assemblies. Ben and Kenya Mandamano Kamili have been advocating for smaller counties. Kenya, we only need about 8 counties. Eight counties at maximum. You don't have to add 8 counties. Now, even with the constitution of IBC, what people don't know is that they want to add more constituencies. Yeah, because the timeline is elapsing. The members of parliament have carved other constituencies within their constituency that they feel that my tribe or my clan is the majority. In this other side, I will definitely be the MP for this particular area. So that is what is happening. That is why there is the rush, the mad rush to reconstitute IBC is not for transparency. Because if they wanted transparency in the election, it is so simple. Ben, do you know here in America, media is allowed to call for elections? You heard when Fox, that supports Republicans, called on Georgia that Trump had lost, and it is Fox News that supports the Republican Party. They called the election before anything else, before even the announcements could be done. They said that Georgia, Trump has lost. Your mic again, Ben, your mic is not working. So that is what is happening. If they can involve media in calling on elections, Black, come on.
But Mzalendo, I think media already does that. It's only that while broadcasting these tallied figures from the tallying center, when posting these tallies from the centers, the tallying centers, while they try to add this up in the screens, somewhere along the way, these numbers usually stop for various reasons. Either some results have not come in, either there have been some issues. So, elections being a very sensitive matter in Kenya, most of these media houses do not broadcast the outcome.
Okay.
Let me. Yes.
There's something that you started before you go to media calling, especially when they fail, because they are there during the counting, so they know that this somebody has won or somebody has lost. But you talked about something about the counties, and for the longest time, I've always advocated and I've always said that when our counties were being created, the idea was good, but along the way, the counties were created to satisfy tribal needs. And I have a reason for that. I can give you a typical example. A typical example is like, let's go to the Onagi Nation, where both me and you comes from. We have Homa Bay, we have Migori, and we have Kisumu and Siaya. That is how many? 4.
4.
4 counties. Why 4? In real sense, because why 4? Why 4 counties? Because even Nyanza alone could have been like a county, and what could have been done is creating more constituencies, yeah, based on the population that is coming. You know, if the population is growing, we don't create the counties, because if you see what is happening, and we can really cut on cost. Look at the salary that is coming from the salary that the county government of all those counties. If we had one governor, how much will we be saving? Then when you come to these counties, the senior officers are related to the governor. If not related to the governor, there must be something that connects them, or he knows, she or he might know somebody on that party that is ruling that county. And that's why you find the accountability and transparency, the corruption is in the counties. Actually, where the corruption is deeply rooted is in the counties. Counties, take for example, it is always said that there must be opposition in county because they are governments, yeah? Who put the government on check? For example, if you go like you are in Uasin Gishu County, is a UDA government, right? Who put the UDA on check? If at all even they're doing budget, they're allocating funds, or they're doing somebody has put in for to the purchase of something, or somebody we want to give tenders, who will question the county? So I think if indeed, if we could go back and think about it and say, okay, let us have like one county. We have like only 8, the former 8 provinces that we had before. That would be good for me. Then we create more counties to represent people based on the population that they have. That would work.
You are right. You are right. Why do we have 4 counties in Nyanza, for instance, and then we have another 2 in Kisii by the name of Nyamira and Kisii.
Kisii.
Now, and you're forgetting they have ministers. And in these countries, they have people called ministers, and their work. And at the national level, we also have minister. Yeah. Yes. Come in.
Could I contribute?
Yeah. Yes, Leo.
I think the structure we created with the 2010 Constitution is a very good structure. It's a good structure. Now, our failure as a country, and not a tribe or whatever, as a country, our failure is the embracing of that structure. In the former constitution, this central government was not it hampered development to different regions of the country, because all levies, taxes collected in the what they were called municipal councils at the time went back to central government, and central government then allocated money as it pleased to each region. By having the counties, that we got rid of that. Now, whether there are too many counties, that's a debatable story. That one, I'm in agreement that maybe we have too many. Okay, because then you're getting this over bloating of people too many people, too many governors, too many deputy governors, too many MCAs. Well, no, the MCAs are the same. They're the same number of people that were there because the MCAs were the people they called councillors. But the structure it's fine. But you're very right. There is a form of, is it nepotism or tribalism? For example, my county of Nakuru, okay? I'm now talking personally. I have a
Leon, we are losing you. Is it your network? We are losing you. We can't hear you anymore. And you are.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. You have what?
I have an agroforestry company. Okay. The government is saying they're very keen to plant 15 billion trees. Okay. African Forest, which is the company I founded with my late wife, we haven't sold one tree into this thing. I've spoken to all my fellow people in the same business. Nobody seems to have sold any trees into the system. The other day I was at a workshop at the Kenya Forestry Research Institute. And we had the director was there, and we were I asked, how come they don't have a portal for suppliers? And there was an excuse of, oh, it started here in Kenya Forest Service, and then it get back. Now we're the ones in charge of it, but we're working on it. Now, I think there's no. They're saying they want to create jobs, but where are they getting these seedlings? They're saying they planted 100 million seedlings the last time they gave us the day off. Where were they planted? Where did the seedlings come from? You understand what I'm saying? The corruption is there, but to put your finger on it is a very difficult thing. Okay, we've got cabinet secretaries the first time flying from, they plant a tree in Malindi and they fly all the way to Kakamega to plant another one. Now, is that really looking after our money, or are you wasting money? But again, where are they getting this material to plant? This could employ so many youth in the villages, so many of us. If we were planting 15 billion trees, it would employ thousands, millions of us, and at a good wage. But the government likes to keep everything hidden, so it's done between them, their cronies. I don't know who does it. I'm not accusing anybody in particular, but there must be more openness. There must be more.
Yeah. Whatever. Yes, Brother Benson. We've lost again, Leon.
There's a place he talked about the taxes, especially that were being collected during the municipality. Even right now, when the county collects taxes, they still take them to the national government. Is when national government will give you that percentage. You don't have to use the taxes that you've collected in the county. Yeah. It usually happens like that. They don't use the money that they've collected in the county. They have to first of all bring them to the national government, then it comes back.
No. Brother Benson, sorry to cut it.
Yeah.
Rates by county governments are what are considered on-source resource.
Yeah.
These ones are consumed and utilized by the government, county governments.
No.
Yeah, for example, ile pesa wanacharge watu kwa markets, right?
Yeah.
This money goes to county governments. Does not go to the national government.
Okay.
Because that one, because for example, Sokoni iko kwa land ya county government.
Yes.
So basically, county government is like a landlord, you know.
Mhm.
So when you're going to operate in that Sokoni, you have to pay rent to your landlord. Now this money goes to really on source revenue to be precise, on source revenue, and that
There's
is
a
the
video.
reason why. Just a bit, and that's why the reason why some county government lack these, like unaona kama kina Magarissa na nini, they don't have these opportunities. Nairobi, in Mombasa, for instance, the county governor of Mombasa was on record when he said that by the time, when the funds were delayed in being released to county governments, they were able from their own source revenues to pay salaries of their staffs. And that's the reason why their staffs do not have arrears, because they're paying them directly from their own source revenues. And on the same, Sakaja was being blamed for having a big kitty when it comes to own source revenues that he receives or he collects from parking fees and many other avenues or other sources of revenues for the county government, but they're not being accounted for. So my point that I was trying to clarify here is, Brother Benson, and you can also check and confirm what I'm saying, is that on-source revenues by county governments are utilized by county governments. These are basically not tax; they're just like small taxes. They're not usually. Kuna jina naitanga. It's not really not tax per se. There's a name I'm forgetting. Maybe my fellow panelists can
Okay.
maybe
The
can remind me.
reason why I'm saying
Kuna
that.
jina wanaita
Mm.
hiyo tax ya county government, but it's not a tax. Tax is by national government. There's a name by county governments.
Okay. The reason why I'm saying this.
Inaitwa cess kama nini?
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying this in Zalendo, when I was home, what I did, actually I had an interview with one of the MCA was an independent candidate, and the same question I asked him, one of the questions that I asked him, I said that, what the money that you are collecting from the collection, the revenue that you collect, why can't you use the revenue to pay for your workers? Then he said, if they have to use a revenue that they've collected, they have to sit down as an assembly. After sitting down, they have to pass a legislation over there that says that this is the money that we are using. I will upload that video and maybe you can watch it and listen to him. So
excuse me. Excuse me. That what you've just said is the correct way to do it. All the monies we give to either government, county or national government, okay?
Yes.
They go into a big pot.
Yes.
Okay? Now, if I was the MCA of an area, my job is to go to the county government and argue my case of why the road in my area should be fixed, why water should come to my area. That is my job as a legislature, to fight for the services for my people. Are we on the same page, all of us?
Yes.
Now, if my job is to fight for the services of my people, don't you believe if I provided services for my people in my little ward, wouldn't they elect me the next time? You understand? When these guys say they have to pay money to get re-elected, if you did your job properly, and me, I have water, I have sitima, I have my garbage collected, I have good roads, I have medical services at the local dispensary, isn't that? And all of those are done because my MCA goes to the county assembly and puts a case forward of why funds should be allocated to this thing, and then it's included in the county budget. Now, the failure that we have is, take for example, the road that comes to me. That road was first, it was not there are roads that are not rural roads or national roads. It's just a path somewhere. So it doesn't have any allocation of money. But as soon as the county government allocates money to that road for 1 year, that means the next year, that road should get allocation of money. This does not occur. You'll see a road is done this year, 4 years later is when you'll see the road being done again. So all the good work you've done, because of no maintenance, it all disappears. So you have to start from zero.
Thank you, Leon.
Just to reiterate on the trees. Sorry if you may allow me, just so that I don't forget. My brother Leon, nice to meet you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Glad to debate with you and exchange ideas. On the issue of trees, I think it's worth noting that these trees were paid for by the nations that were trying to buy these carbon credits, if I'm not wrong, right?
I don't think so.
Yes.
There is no evidence that I have found to say so.
I'm trying to explain to you how the Kenya government got to get these funds, but now the question is how they were utilized. Now, this is what happens. Yeah? Hizi manchi zenye countries like hizi za Middle East, za mafuta, and many other countries that pollute a lot of air, right? They have the option of buying carbon credits to try and reverse the degradation of the world's is it atmosphere or through pollution. Now, many countries, among them Kenya, were auctioning their spaces to plant these trees as a way of reversing this degradation by these overpolluting countries, since they cannot plant themselves. For example, Middle East cannot plant trees. They have just a minute. They have just a minute. I finish. They cannot plant trees because they have deserts. So what do? They pay. They offer money to countries that can, in assumption ni kama wao wamepanda kwa nchi yenu, but they are paying you to do that. And that's where now the Kenya government came in. They were given a lot of billions. Now, the actual intention was for each tree planted, whoever is planting that is supposed to be paid 1,000 shillings, the way I know. So, for example, Bwana Leon, if you went and you ulienda ukapanda mti, you are supposed to get 1,000 shillings for each tree that you planted. But unfortunately, I don't think when they were rolling out this project, watu kupanda miti, if there's anyone who was paid that money. I think they were just saying watu wakuja volunteer kwenda kupanda miti. Is that not so? So can imagine people volunteer to go plant trees and they were not paid for that when there's money that was already allocated for them to be paid for every tree. As to where they acquired those trees, and that is where now I understand you, I get your point, and I agree with you, is where did they procure those trees? Because if they would have procured those trees locally, from the Kenyans that are in that business of selling trees or seedlings, then you and other Kenyans would be in business, and that would spur economic activities, because each and every person can imagine 15 billion trees. 15 billion trees, if at least each tree was sold for at least 10 shillings, not even 100, that's 150 billion. And I'm assuming a tree does not cost 10 shillings. How much do you sell per tree?
It depends. Probably minimum you should sell a tree is about 70 shillings.
Average. So now multiply 15 billion trees, which you're saying they planted, by these 70 shillings. Already 15 billion trees by 10 is 150. So if we do 150 times 7, that is 35, 3, we are already into a trillion, if I'm not wrong. Someone can help me with the calculation here. 15 billion
Mr. Black.
So this
Mr.
trillion
Black.
shilling would have been in Kenya, local Kenyans' pockets. Okay, yes, go ahead.
You know, let's not accuse the government of doing things that it hasn't done. Okay. To get a carbon credit, there is a very rigorous vettings thing you need to go through. You need to write it's called a note where you have to do analysis of what carbon is already there and the activity you do, how is it going to increase the sequestration of carbon. Okay. Now, currently, I am writing. We're writing one. We've written one. Okay, and it needs to go through certified vetters. There's people like Veritas. There's people like Carbon Neutral. They give a standard. There's gold standard. So a carbon credit can start from as low as $1 to $1,000 per ton, dependent on your program. The more biodiversity, the more social impact it's going to have, the more benefits that you put, whether is it going to help with water, caring with water, it's caring with air, is it caring for the people, is it caring for animals, insects, your carbon credit goes up and up and up, the cost of it. Okay. Now, nobody can just say, yes, you can say you can get a carbon credit for doing nothing by just leaving the land alone, not disturbing it, allowing it to do what it does naturally. But every year you got to do an audit of what carbon is there. So this year, whatever has grown, you calculate the carbon on what has grown, what the biomass that you get out of it. If you get a bushfire, the carbon goes down, the carbon sequestration, so you don't get the credit. Okay, so it's not just no country will just give you money here, have money to go plant trees. No. There's got to be a verifiable way of getting that money from the company. Otherwise, that country cannot claim the carbon credit. Are we together? The company or country that's giving the money cannot claim the carbon credit unless that mechanism is there where you can do the verification.
Leon,
yes,
I can bet with you that Kenya took part in auctioning of carbon credits. Saudi Arabia is one of the countries that purchased carbon credits from the Kenyan government.
Yes, so that they can do, and I think they did it through, look at our natural forests, the forests that exist, the government forest. Every year, those forests are sequestering carbon, okay? Now, what the Kenya government has done, they have taken the cheaper option. They've taken, let's take the least carbon credit they can get. Instead of going through this mechanism story and seeing what other ads can I add to it to make my carbon, instead of selling my carbon credit for, take for example, I know one that is for fact, is the hydroelectric power we produce. The hydroelectric power we produce, you can get a carbon credit from it. But the Kenya government is only getting $5 a ton, only, because they're only looking at the power they generate. If they generate it out of they generate out of petrochemicals. So if they were running one of those thermal plants, okay. So they're getting very little for their carbon credit. But if this, for the forestry bit, if there was a component that they were putting in where they were giving back to the local community, they were checking on the biodiversity, making that sure, i.e. they're making sure that you're not just planting monoculture of trees. So you're not planting just eucalyptus or cypress or even an indigenous tree in many of them, but you're planting a different variety. So that encourages other animals like birds, butterflies, bees. Okay, it gives other benefits. People can use that forest to harvest honey. They can use the forest for other non-timber forest products. Like a non-timber forest product, you can create dyes from the trees. You can create soap from the trees. You can create medicine from the trees. That gives your value of your carbon credit becomes more because you're doing more with it. You understand? You're doing more with this. Its benefits are more. Okay, so I think, as I said, let's not accuse the government of taking money because there's nowhere I've seen or heard of any country paying the government. What they've said is they want to work with the government to do this. Now, whether it has happened or not, we don't know. But again, this is the problem. That transparency, how come we don't know? How come they're not informing us, the people? You know, it's there. You're going to plant the tree on my land. Let's say people are getting 1,000 shillings. They're meant to get 1,000 shillings. How come? No, you don't think people would be planting trees? If I was to get 1,000 shillings, wouldn't you plant yourself? Everybody would plant. So I think that it's the transparency.
I wish
it's a transparency issue. Okay.
Yeah.
So
and
how do we sort out those are the questions I think we should be asking each other.
I agree with you on the transparency issue.
How do we, yes, with a lot of these issues, it's how do we know that this government, what they do, we know about it? Because it seems they do things and we find out 3 months later, oh, kulifanyika. Did you understand? And again, is it our fault as a citizenry? Because we're not actively checking. But we're not actively checking. But again, it's like if we're actively checking, why did I elect you as my representative? And as my representative, aren't you the one who's meant to check for me and give me the feedback and tell me, tunaenda hivi, what do you guys think? But these people, tunaenda hivi, they just, okay, let's go, and they don't check, or they're given money and they say, let's go. So we have an integrity problem, we have a transparency problem. Okay, now how do we deal with that? How do we deal with, even now, let's say all of them went home. All of them went home. Okay. The other day, I had the pleasure of sitting with a young lady. She must be either late Gen Z or early millennial. And she wants to be the women rep for Turkana County. But from the conversation I was having, the conversation she had with me, and on that table, her aspiration is to get there to get money. Do you understand? That's her aspiration. So even within this movement, there's a lot of people who they don't even believe it, or they're not seeing the big picture of, if we continue in this way, this is what's going to happen to the future generations. Okay? Right now, I'm 57 years old, okay? My life is done. I've got 2 daughters, one is 30, one is 28. I never thought my daughters would go out to the street. I never thought, but they did. My daughter, the eldest one, went. She said, we were walking on Uhuru Highway, peacefully singing, and then they started shooting at us. And you know what she said? That has given me more resolve to go back. Do you understand? Let's not go into accusation. Why can't these? It's the laws are there. We allow them not to enforce the laws. We, the people, are also very guilty of not being checking enough. Although, again, I say, our elected representatives, that is their job. So if this is, we need to get into a culture where people who go for an elected position, you're going there as a service. You're going there to serve the people. You're going there to look for the best for your constituency. When I'm a member of parliament, I should be arguing about what is wrong in my constituency. This is wrong in my constituency. When they're putting health, when they're talking about health, I should be screaming and shouting. My constituency, my dispensaries, they don't have money because the money is not coming, or you understand? Because that's where the allocation of money comes from. And then when it comes to the county government and it comes to the ward, how is it managed properly? You know, there's another young gentleman who works part-time for me. Sometimes he's my driver. And I've never met such a hard-working kijana. The boy is 26 years old. He started with one boda. He has now 2 bodas. He has the boda that's a pickup. He's just bought himself a small pickup. But again, he works for he works as part of, I don't know, with the constituency. I don't know, they have like security committees or something within the constituency that the MP has to see what's happening. The other day, he said they're buying themselves a Toyota Land Cruiser to be driving around the constituency with. Hiya. A Toyota Land Cruiser. Why? This money, could it be better spent? You need to move around the constituency. Iko vijana ya boda. Patia hawa watu kazi to be carrying people from here to there to everywhere. See, they'll still move. Currently, I'm at the coast, okay? We have a project we're doing in Kwale. Now, we can either we decided, instead of hiring vehicles to be going here, there, and everywhere, we will get on bodas. They take us to where we're going. We have our meetings. We come back with a boda. Why do we need to, instead of spending 6,000 shillings a day on hiring a vehicle, we'll spend 500 bob by 6, 3,000 shillings on the thing. And we've given a job to somebody. We've given a job to 6 people. We as the public, we are guilty of so many sins. Who pays the policeman kitu kidogo when your car doesn't, when it has a bad, your car is, you're driving a car that is not fit for the road, and then you want to bribe the policeman. You understand what I'm trying to say here? We are our own biggest enemy.
Leo, I mean, you brought in some, you've looked at a Kenyan situation. One important thing that I've gathered from your conversation is something that we have not been looking at. Even if you are replacing these leaders, who are the clean leaders that we have? The society seems to be rotten everywhere. We are the same people who bribe policemen on the road, and we are okay with it. Your own driver is telling you that, you know, we are going to get these Land Cruisers to be running around. They don't look at it like it's a waste of public resources, but rather they are going to be luxurious in doing their whatever duty that they are doing. But having said that, Leo, I think I need a whole program for you, to tell us about trees, and especially the topic of carbon credit. This is I am totally gray in this particular area. I am just listening into what you and Black are saying, but I have a video on tree planting. What I had during the Geneva Climate Change Conference is that they put a lot of money on the banks, so that they can give some money to CBOs to plant trees globally. So how do you access this money? I have also heard of UN Habitat, or is it UN Habitat and UN Environment or something, giving money to groups. There are people who are accessing this money that is given by, yes. Mhm. Go ahead.
You're very correct. There is a lot of money. I promise you there is a lot of money. Okay? It's very right. But to access that money, there is a mechanism. And that mechanism is very stringent. Okay? Because it's not the one who buys the carbon credit, okay, cannot just say, I paid Kenya government money to do this work. No. There's got to be something on the ground. There's got to be some project, whether it's a solar project, whether it's a wind project, whether it's a water project.
The
Because
country gears
carbon
towards
credit
the
you can get
national
from different
tree
things.
growing
You can
and
get it
land
from
restoration campaign.
you can get it from making charcoal. If you make charcoal and you dig it and you put it in the ground, you put carbon down in the ground. It will stay there for years and years and years. So you can get credit. There are very many ways to get it, but nobody will just give you money without there being something. So, but my point is this to this group, okay? And is we the people. You know, we're talking here and we're talking, oh, people are corrupt, people are this. Tafadhali, even us, can we look inwardly? Can we look inwardly first? Okay? Let's look inwardly and be very critical of ourselves. Before, you know, when you point a finger at somebody.
Unasemaje, Mr. Black?
Nimetuma article hapo. I don't know if you can you display articles or you can only display videos. Kenya government, we auctioned 2.2 million tons, kilotons of carbon credit to Saudi.
Yes, agreed, Black. I agree. We auctioned.
Yes, now,
but
yes,
this carbon, where in the article,
12 million US dollars, 12.6 million US dollars.
Yeah.
Where did
At
that
the
money
Nairobi
go?
auction, it's a voluntary carbon. Yeah, where did the money go? You see, $6 a ton. Okay. Now, but what are how is this carbon credit being made?
Leo, for the sake of my viewers, it is. I need you to tell us what do you mean by Kenya auctioning carbon credit to Saudi? Is it a product? What is it? They need to understand what this is. When you talk about carbon credit, what are you guys talking about? There's somebody out there listening to Afrique 24, and these words are new to them. Kenya auctioning carbon credit. What does that mean? What is carbon credit? What is carbon credit? Just the basic. Don't go into the finer details. What is that?
Okay. A carbon credit is a ton of carbon sequestration, or a ton of carbon that is not released into the atmosphere. So when you burn your car, the petrol,
Black. Black. We have lost Leon. Can you Kenya Mandamano, can you come in? You've been there for a while.
Yes, Zalendo. I've been listening to Leon, and I'm happy for him that he had to mention about this money being spent thriftily, and that lady that was looking to be a woman rep, so that her aim was to get money. People have become cultured in a way that they feel that going to politics is an easy money. But we, the wananchi, we are the one who we expect you to work for us so that you get that money. But when people hear how people are getting rich so fast when they become politicians, that is the motivation, which is a very bad idea. Why do I say that? If I'm going there purposely because of money, motivation, that means I will not execute my duty. I'll just go there with a name that I'm going to get money. I believe when you're going to work for people, we have got all these many careers. It's a call. It's a call because when you go to school, we study different things. I may say, I don't want to be a doctor, but the other one says, I want to be a doctor. The other one says, I want to be a pilot. The other one don't want to be a pilot. They have got their phobia, why they don't want that particular job. But imagine right now, Mzalendo, people are changing from using their career, saying that I'm going for politics. Why? People are getting so rich so fast. But the moment will come, we, the wananchi, realize that is the aim of people going there just to enjoy the money. And we decide that everything to be scrapped off, to start from the scratch so that people can get what is enough for them. I don't think many people will like it. Now the people with a call are the one who will go for those politics or being in those offices. Simply because you are being paid what is equal to the service that you are giving for the people. But having this disease that people have been getting money within even not a half a term, somebody has got everything that they really was looking for. Mzalendo, that is an abuse of the funds of the country, and even an abuse to the people who voted for you to put you on that chair. We don't expect that. And that is why Leon was saying, people are saying, I want to buy Land Cruiser to be going around, because that money is not coming from their pocket. If it is the money from their pocket, honestly speaking, they will spend it sparingly. They will not just spend and spend and spend with minute things. But because this money is there and they are getting it, they don't know where it is coming from, and yet their salary is going to the account. They have this much surplus. That is why they are spending it like that. And this is why our country, we are in this shamble of all these problems we are in. The other thing they were talking about, the carbon. I believe, I don't know much about carbon, but I heard that story when it started. It's like we in Kenya, we don't burn a lot of carbon. There are those countries whereby they burn a lot of carbon because of the machinery they use and all this production, and then they have carbon done to their country. Pollution, I would suppose. I'm thinking so. I'm just trying to be basic. And so there are other countries who feel like they have done much damage to other people, and so they can buy that kind of. It's like I don't know whether I'm correct. It's like how you'd say you are doing circulation of air in your room and you want to feel fresh. I don't know much. Let me stop there so that I don't confuse people. But I got it basically that is how things go, because we might not be having carbon as much as other countries, developed countries or developing countries do, and so they get like kind of help.
You're right. You're right.
I'm right, Black.
You're right. Yes, you're right.
Black.
What basically it means? You're right. For those countries that have high carbon emissions, that is greenhouse gas emissions. Basically, most of these countries are in the very highly industrialized countries, kama Japan, US kind of, Saudi, all Arab countries, through the oil which they produce. Of course, inaenda kuchafua hewa from the cars, gas emissions. So basically what happens is to compensate for this, they buy, rather they pay countries or regions in the some of their projects zenye ni zinatumia how do I put it, natural, kama vile solar. There's a term which they use. For example, when you get electricity from solar and electricity from solar, hydroelectric power, things that are you can easily produce without emitting gas, and basically your projects that you can use or do without spoiling without polluting the air, and things like trees. If anything, trees was not to carbon as oxygen. So to trees, carbon is their way of life. Come to us, oxygen is our way of life, isn't it? Now, if you have a big tree cover, basically they'll be putting in the carbon, and to them, the yenye wana breathe out, yenye si tuna breathe out carbon dioxide, wana breathe in hiyo carbon dioxide. Sisi tuna breathe in oxygen, wao wanatoa hiyo oxygen. So of course, when you have a lot of tree cover, they'll be absorbing a lot of those carbon, isn't it? Because that's what they consume. So if anything, it will be reversing. So what happens is these countries that pollute this air by a fact of maybe they are in very highly industrialized, they take credit as if it's them who actually did those projects because they have paid you to do it for them. So basically, they can say that for this pollution that we've done, which is measured now in tons, the carbon, for this amount of tons which we produced in pollution, we've done it, we've reversed it through Kenya or Uganda, whereby we have equally reduced it by buying carbon credits from Uganda or Kenya worth this much carbon. So if let's say, just giving an hypothetical number, if let's say they will pollute around 1 million carbon, 1 million tons of carbon, then they go purchase 1 million tons of carbon credits elsewhere. So basically, it would seem like they already reversed whatever pollution that they had done of 1 million carbon by purchasing 1 million carbon from Uganda. Sijui kama umeelewa, carbon credits from Uganda.
Tunakuelewa Black. Hebu soma hiyo graphic nimeweka hapo. I think it is to that effect. That auction that you are talking about. Some 16 Saudi firms participated in the auction, including Aramco.
Aramco is the company that sells Kenya oil. You remember when we had G2G oil deal yenye tulikuwa tunasema tutanunua mafuta in Kenya shillings.
Yes.
I think I remember Aramco was the company that was selling us the oil. It must be the government company that deals with the oil in Saudi Arabia. So yeah, since they play a big role in the air pollution by the oil which they sell, the crude oil which they sell, then for them to seem like they have reversed that, the carbon that has been emitted to the air in pollution, they would buy carbon credits from another country. Rather, they will pay another country to reverse that either through the projects which they have that aims at reducing air pollution. Naona kama zile solar projects, vitu kama hizo kupanda miti, vitu kama hivyo, yeah.
Wow. This is a whole topic for a whole day for us to understand what carbon credit is, how it is auctioned out there in the market, how a country buys carbon credit from another country. It's a whole topic. But I want to thank you guys for being part of this show. We can't go on. We've done 8 hours and 23 minutes. It's almost 8 hours into the show, almost going to 9 hours. This has been a wonderful show. We can't even go back 9 hours. It will be the next day. You guys have been so awesome. We have learned things which are very new. New panelists who are coming into the show and giving us an insight of other corrupt deals that the government are doing that people don't even know. I believe mambo ya carbon. Yes.
If you allow me, and Kenya maandamano, I don't know if tuliongelea ile fact ya kuwa how the LSK president declined that position. Now the question that I was asking and I failed for poleni kuwavurutia kitu last minute is, does it mean that the president did not consult with this LSK president prior before putting her name in the task force? Aliamua tu akaandika jina Mzalendo atakuwa kwa task force, Kenya maandamano atakuwa kwa task force bila kupigia simu Kenya maandamano kumwambia niko na hivi na hivi, ningependelea kuweka jina yako. Is it okay with you? So it seems like he did not consult.
What? No, was her name in the list, or was her name recommended and she declined? There are two things that we are talking about here. Her name being in the list and she declines, then her name, president approaching, or the people organizing approaching her, and then she declined. And then she came out and said, I needed this position, but I declined. So which is which?
To me, I think Zalendo and Black, there is no way I can take my name somewhere to be just put there and then it will be seen on the news that I declined. There must be somebody who had come up with my name and put it there. Or there must be somebody who have approached me and I declined. But having to meet somebody somewhere in a corridor, we talk and I say I don't want, it cannot go beyond that to be in the news or to be known by the next person. So it must have been put somewhere whereby it was already seen by people who can talk about it or write about it. That is how I can put it. Because there's no way my name will appear somewhere when I have not taken that name or someone else has not taken that name. It doesn't sound sensible. So there must be somebody who had approached her. That's what I can say.
Black, what do you think about it? Black. Your mic, Mr. Black.
I didn't get your question. What did you say?
Yeah, did you hear what Kenya Maandamano Camelia said?
Yeah,
She said that yes, we had actually talked about this particular matter at length, and we went and even elaborated who should be auditing the debts. There is a constitutional article on that, and there is a body.
Yeah, we know. But the question was, how did that name end up there? Because
you see, what I'm asking you also is that
it couldn't have been
Did you
Huh?
see the
Sorry,
name in the list, or did you see the reaction?
there was a list that came out about who would be the chairperson. I think
Her
it
name
was
was
her.
there.
Yes, it was the first in the list, LSK president. Then
Oh, yeah.
the next one was the chairperson or the president of ICPAC. I think that's the chairperson for all accountants in Kenya. Then the third
Yeah,
one was someone to do with the chairperson of the engineers in Kenya. And then there was a name, Victor Kiposon, I don't know, something like that.
I think this tells you how the government is operating under maybe remote control. This is an embarrassment to the government if a senior member in society like the chairman of the chair lady for LSK can decline an appointment by the authority, then they did not dig deep and to find out.
Maybe they did not consult her.
They did not consult her in the first place. And another thing is that
They just put the name there, maybe.
This is illegal. You know, looking at the legal aspect of it, it is illegal by law. Just like NADCO report, yeah. NADCO report, we kept on saying that what the government is doing is illegal, and they went with it. Only to the report is now nowhere. It is something that should have started in Parliament. They didn't need. They shouldn't have spent our tax money on hotels and allowances to discuss something that they would have done and whipped their members in Parliament and passed a report. That is all they needed to do. But guys, we can't go on. We have got a show that is coming in the morning. It is a spiritual show. I think they are preparing right now. We have to leave the studio. Thank you very, very much for.
Let me say something, Mzalendo. I'm so sorry. Few seconds. Let me say this.
You better be coming. All right.
I will, of course. Now, about LSK, I would say, as you have put it, that the government is shaming itself, because you cannot just go grab somebody's name and put it there before you have talked about. And that I was not quite sure. Thank you, Black, for putting it that way, that there was a list and she was number one. I didn't even know, but I had already told you, Mzalendo, that my name cannot appear on a news or somewhere before this thing was done, for either the government decided to put someone's name there. Why do I say that? You know, it has reached a point of whereby when you are walking, somebody tells you, "Oh, I want to speak to you." Then when you turn around, you see, "Oh, this is a guy that I can get something from." And so let me talk to him. Because what we have come to line up, and I hope you guys will get me right, people are being given money to do a certain task which does not deserve to be paid for. If I'm a Mzalendo, I'm a Mzalendo of my country, and we can do that job without a pay, because we are trying to streamline our way out of our country. Lakini sasa imekuwa mtindo, mtu akiitwa na mtu fulani anajua hapo nitapata milioni kadhaa, unakimbia, unaharibu the coming future of a certain entity. So that's the point I wanted to put across. Money has spoiled everything in our country, and it has made us weak and blind not to see where you are heading. And you are done that moment. You forget the good things that may happen in the future for you. Thank you, Mzalendo, for your good job. I know you are tired. Those are many years that are full shift. You'll be paid more.
We won't stop. We won't stop until things right. And the future belongs to the Gen Z movement. That is what I can tell you for free, that the future belongs to these young people who went out in the streets. And moving forward in 2032 or 2027, we'll see some good leaders who are coming into the movement. Black, your last word, and let it be your last submission.
And thank you, Black. Nice dating with you. I can't write my text to you, so just accept my thanks and we'll meet again maybe tomorrow.
No, Kenya
Thanks.
Mandamano, we envy and we like your contribution throughout the year. We have been back and forth of this story of Kenya until today. We are still at it, and we will not stop until we get good governance in our country.
We will.
Yeah, I will not. And if this is going to be a turning point for the current regime, then so be it. If it is what Ruto is going to do right in his life to make this country better, so let him do the right thing, and that is what we are looking up. A good leader who can turn things around. Otherwise, guys who have been on the comment section, asante sana. Those who have contributed towards Wendy's school fees, asante sana. I want just to read one of your comments here, Mr. Gypsy Corner. Gypsy Corner, you sent money to Wendy and the name appeared Otieno. Yes, that is Wendy's dad. By next week, we hope that Wendy will be going to school. This girl did so well. She got a B+, but society has neglected her. Colleagues, former schoolmates are already at the university. She was called at Kenyatta University to do Bachelor of Arts Education. Those are some of the noble things that we do here in Africa to ensure that society is balanced. And we have contacted the governor. They are listening to this particular show. They know the story of Wendy. We have contacted the local leader. They have CDF, but they still couldn't give Wendy a chance to study at the university. But we here in Africa, plus our friends, Kenya Mandamano, Kamili, and anybody else who wants to come on board, we will anything little, a dollar, a shilling, a 10 bob out there, you can contribute towards Wendy going to join university. And if you do that, we will, of course, show the images and congratulate you for having helped a needy child. Yes, Kenya Mandamano.
Now, I thank you so much, and I salute all those who have been, contributing on this forum. It's good for us to fight together, and the way we move together, the stronger we can be. The way we share ideas, the better we can lead. And so, what we are looking forward is about the stability of the country that we live in. Wherever we are outside, actually, we count that we have a home. As the white man says, east or west, home is best. That is very true, and that's what we are looking for. So when we see things are going positive, we feel strong and healthy. So for me, I'll just tell Kenyans, wherever you are, let's support this move. It's a good move and a good fight, and will end in good happening. And that's my feeling and my happiness, because I carry my country, Kenya, as a whole in my heart, and that is who I am since I started these forums talking about my Kenya, the flower that I love so much, just being on my hand and in my heart. All the time I think about Kenya, nothing else. So Kenyans, stay strong. Let's fight. Let's do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kenya Mandamano Kamili. Asante sana and have a good night. And karibu tena asubuhi ya leo kwa show au jioni kama utaweza. At your free time, you are free to join Africa. Awesome. It has been nice for you being on the comment section, putting us on toes and putting us on the right path and criticizing positively. And even if you have views that you air here that people don't even like, those are your personal views, but not the views for Africa. So I thank you guys for being part of the comment section. Awesome. Kama kawaida, you have stepped up for good year. I hope that you'll be there in the evening. Gibson Corner, pesa yako imefika vizuri sana. The father is very, very happy. I know they will send you a message later on. Black, asante sana for being part of the show, and many others who have been in on the comment section. I can't call you all out. Bella, who was here before, asante sana for being on the show. See you in the evening when Leo brings for you this other other program later in the evening. Otherwise, kwaherini.
But what political leader can stand up and say my party is a party of principles? For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam. The party of Jarvis is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march on Washington? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march in the streets of Birmingham? Where is the political party that will protect the citizen of Albany, Georgia? Do you know that in Albany, Georgia, 9 of our leaders have been indicted, not by the Dixiecrats, but by the federal government for peaceful protest? But what did the federal government do when Albany Deputy Sheriff beat Attorney C.B. King and left him half dead? What did the federal government do when local police officials kicked and assaulted the pregnant wife of Slater King and she lost her baby? Those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that we cannot be patient. We do not want our freedom gradually, but we want to be free now.